exhibition. Together we're creating an Ogbomoso that is a part of Africa's economic transformation. Come with us.
It's a beautiful day in the city of Ogbomoso, and the energy is amazing. We are here at Ladoke University of Technology, right here in Ogbomoso, for the Ogbomoso Economy Summit and Exhibition, as powered by His Imperial Majesty Oba Gandhi Afolabi Olaoye, the Shoun of Ogbomoso land. My name is Muturayo Oyeyode MC Dafis, and with me I've got
Ogunkola Ifeoluwa Esther. You can call me Adressa the compare with that comparison. Beyond mango, beyond cashew, beyond cassava, Ogbomoso has got lots of economic potentials. The captains of industries, business leaders, economic analysts have come together to empower and design the newest future of Ogbomoso. Thank you so much for being a part of Ogbomoso Economic Summit and Exhibition. Together we're creating an Ogbomoso that is a part of Africa's economic transformation. Come with us.
It's a beautiful day in the city of Ogbomoso, and the energy is amazing. We are here at Ladoke University of Technology, right here in Ogbomoso, for the Ogbomoso Economy Summit and Exhibition, as powered by His Imperial Majesty Oba Gandhi Afolabi Olaoye, the Shoun of Ogbomoso land. My name is Muturayo Oyeyode MC Dafis, and with me I've got
Ogunkola Ifeoluwa Esther. You can call me Adressa the compare with that comparison. Beyond mango, beyond cashew, beyond cassava, Ogbomoso has got lots of economic potentials. The captains of industries, business leaders, economic analysts have come together to empower and design the newest future of Ogbomoso.
Sound. Good morning, good morning, good morning, our royal fathers. Good morning, our mothers. Good morning, all the stakeholders that are here, the sons and daughters of Ogbomoso. We're welcoming you to day 2 of the Ogbomoso Economic Summit and Exhibition. We had a great time yesterday, and today we're going to have a greater time because it can only get better. We want to thank you for coming out early, and thank you for being here. We want to engage you just a couple of minutes before we get started about highlights of yesterday. What were your take-homes from the different sessions yesterday? And also, what are your expectations at the end of today's different sessions? Thank you. Now, Mercy, you can take it over from there. My name is Fred Delegbe, and Mercy is right there.
All right, good morning, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the Ogbomoso Economic Summit and Exhibition. Thank you so much for joining us yesterday, and we're happy that you're also here today. Thank you for looking this beautiful and handsome. Please put your hands together for yourself for looking this good. I mean, you can do better. Put your hands together for yourself for looking this good. Thank you very much. My name is Mercy Ajibade. I'm a professional compere, and it's my absolute honor to be your co-host for today as well. So let's do something very quickly. I would like to ask a few people about your highlights for yesterday. So, ma solede Oyinbo, ma tu solede Yoruba. For the highlights yesterday, tell us the things that stand out for you yesterday, the things that you've learned, and the things you look forward to today as well. So, fún ẹ̀yin bàbá wa tẹ̀yin ìyá wa tẹ́ wà lórí ìjókòó, a fẹ́ kẹ́ ṣàlàyé fún wa kí làwọn nǹkan tí ó mórí yín wú lánàá tẹ́ rí níbí báyìí lánàá. Kí ni àwọn nǹkan tó múnú yín dùn? Kí ni àwọn ìmọ̀ tó kún ìmọ̀ tẹ́ ti ní tẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́ kọ́ sí lánàá? So, if you have, any feedback from your hand, I would just like you to wave your hands. We bring the microphone to you, or you can come outside so that we can have a conversation. I'll go on that. So the youths, my eyes are on you. The adults, my eyes are on you as well. So please let us know any highlights from yesterday's event and what are your expectations for today. But while you're thinking about that, I would like you to look at the person by your left side and by your right side and compliment them. Look at them, tell them good morning. Tell them good morning. You look good. You look beautiful. You look handsome. You can never tell, for young people, your husband might be beside you. Your wife might be beside you. So look at them, tell them you look good, you look handsome, You look beautiful. Good morning. What's your name? You're just looking at me. Don't look at me. Look at the person beside you. Smile at them. Don't frown. Oh, don't frown. These people at this side, they're just looking at me. Look at the person beside you. Tell them good morning. You look good. What's your name? Very good. Ẹ̀yin bàbá wa àtẹ̀yin ìyá wa tẹ́ wà láàrin bíbá ẹ̀. Afẹ́kẹ́ wẹ́n tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ọ̀tún yín. Àtẹ̀yin tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ àlàáfíà yẹn sọ fún wọn pé ẹ káàárọ̀. Ẹ máa fáyín lénìí. Kí lorúkọ yín? Inú mi dùn láti rí yín. Ẹ rẹwà púpọ̀ o. Very good. Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves. Thank you. So yes, back to what I was saying the other time. Would like you to tell us the highlights of yesterday's event for you. So please raise your hand. Yes, sir? All right. Okay, there's someone over here. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes to the stage. I mean, to the front anyway. Don't stop now. Come on. You know it's not easy to come to the front. It's not easy. Oh. Please don't stop until she gets here. Oh. Thank you. No, I want her to come here. Okay, don't worry. You have stopped though. Don't stop. Louder. Energy. Very good. The beautiful Alaja. Guys, I'm still coming to you. Men know they carry last. I will not be so. Men know they carry last. I will not be so. Men know they carry last. Not be so. Very good. I'm coming to you. So Alaja, your name and the highlight of yesterday's event for you. And your expectations for today.
Good morning, ma. My name is Mrs. Abdurrashid Zainab Akorede, popularly known as Zenike. My highlight yesterday is His Royal Majesty Kabiyesi said, "No beginning is too small if there is resilience, willpower, and determination to push through." While my expectation today is, my business is still in kitchen level. So how I can take it to next level, that's my expectation for today. Thank you. I really appreciate this program.
A round of applause for Alaja. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm going to ask that the microphone will go to Chief Bekun Olale. I saw you yesterday and you are here again today, and I know you are a major stakeholder in this town, in this city. So if you don't mind, the mic will come to you right where you are. Tell us your expectations after today's event. And then, did you get anything yesterday? What were your take-homes yesterday? And then, what are your expectations today? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for this great opportunity. Ẹ káàárọ̀ Ogbomoso.
Ẹ káàárọ̀, sir.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ Ogbomoso.
Ẹ káàárọ̀, sir.
A kú oríire o. I think I will dwell more on Yoruba. Am I permitted? Thank you very much. Inú mi dùn gidi gan láti jẹ́ ara nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nílùú Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí. Mo fẹ́ ẹ dákun ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe kábíyèsí fún Imperial Majesty. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe kábíyèsí o.
Kábíyèsí o.
In absentia, please, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo fẹ́ ká sọ pé kábíyèsí a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o.
Kábíyèsí a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o.
You see, the reason why olókùúta mọ́ àsìkò táwọn èèyàn ní fẹ́rù ẹ̀ mọ́ òun la dé tí wọ́n sì san iye tí wọ́n bá ní fún.
Chief, we have to welcome Kabiyesi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ jẹ́ ká dìde dúró, ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe Kábíyèsí o. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ pé Kábíyèsí a dúpẹ́ o. Fún oríire tẹ́ gbé wọ inú ìlú Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́. Ire wọlé dé báyìí o. Ẹ ṣé Kábíyèsí. Kabiyesi has just arrived and we have to start immediately without wasting further time. While I give our dignitaries the opportunity to quickly take their seat and settle down, I want the consul also to get ready with the national anthem, the Oyo State anthem, and the Ogbomoso anthem. Once again, I want to welcome His Imperial Majesty, Oba Gandhi Afolabi Olaoye Orumogege the the Shoun of Ogbomoso land. Thank you, sir. You're a good father, and we are so glad to associate with you. Right, at this point, I'm going to ask the consul, are we good? Right, I want to crave the indulgence of everyone. You're all standing already. Thank you, very good people of Ogbomoso. We're going to honor our nation, Nigeria, with the national anthem, followed by the state, the Oyo State anthem, and then finally the Ogbomoso anthem. Over to you, consul.
More
Ogbomoso. Àtọba àti gbogbo àwọn òjòyè àti gbogbo orí adé àti gbogbo ọmọ bíbí ìlú Ogbomoso nílé lóko. Right. Again, we want to start the day 2 on a note of gratitude to our royal father for being so large-hearted, to have accommodated, and to have midwifed, and to have even initiated this program, this summit and exhibition here in Ogbomoso land. This will be a good point for us to applaud Kabiesi. And this will be a good point for us to say, Kabiesi Eshe Adupe o. Sherry and Toba ni ojú inú tó yìnbó ń pè ní insight. A mọ̀ pé àfojúsùn Kábíyèsí fún ìlú yìí, àfojúsùn tó dára ni nítorí àwọn nǹkan mèremère tí Ọlọ́run máa gbé wọ inú ìlú yìí láti pàṣẹ ètò tá gbé kalẹ̀. Mo fẹ́ kí àwọn gbogbo àwọn bàbá wa pátápátá ẹ foríjì wá o torí pé bá ṣe pé àwọn orúkọ kan lánàá pé dáadáa bẹ́yìn ṣe ń pè. So mo fẹ́ fi apology yẹn síwájú torí tá bá tún pè lónìí tó bá tún rí bìtà náà yẹn ìfàdàgbọ́ ló máa pè àwọn orúkọ yẹn lónìí. So that no offense will be taken. I want to start by recognizing and appreciating again our father, His Imperial Majesty, Oba Gandhi Afolabi Olaoye Orumogege III, the Shohun of Ogbomoso land. Thank you so very much, sir. Adupe. Also, I have on the list His Royal Majesty Oba Thompson Adeyeye Oyetunji Alajawa of Ajawa. His Royal Majesty Oba Michael Oyebumi Ajayi Olo of Olo. Next, I have High Chief Samuel Shobalaje Otolori Ariago of Ogbomoso land. High Chief Yusuf Kasali Oladipupo Abese of Ogbomoso land. High Chief Mrs. Rebecca Olukemi Ogundare Iyalode of Ogbomoso land. High Chief Oyetunji Ojo, the Pakioton of Ogbomoso land. High Chief Mukaila Adisa Oyedeji Alabede of Ogbomoso land. Alabede of Ogbomoso land. Now I'm going to ask you to take the rest.
All right. High Chief Joseph Oyelola Oyedele Arialasa of Ogbomoso land. High Chief James Ilufoye Alagbe Onikose of Ogbomoso land. Karaoleo. Chief Sulaiman Oyedola Alaroje of Ogbomoso land. Karaoleo. Chief Sunday Ademola Ogunmola Alaje of Ogbomoso land, Karaoleo. Atufi tọ̀wọ̀tọ̀wọ̀ kí àwọn bàbá wa, Alapo of Ogbomoso land, Iyaloje of Ogbomoso land, the palace chaplain, and the palace chief imam. Thank you very much for joining us. Yes, sir. We also have His Royal Highness here, His Royal Highness Oba Gbolagunte Olaosebikan Onifedegbo of Ogbomoso land. Kabiesio Onifedegbo, thank you very much, of Ogbomoso land. Thank you. A round of applause for our royal fathers.
So, should we me at I feel one category for
I'm
now.
still a bit better.
Okay, that's fine. It's Kabiyesi that can say that. After the program, we'll go and see Kabiyesi and say who got it right. Okay, we want to start on the note of prayer before I bring up the chairman to establish protocol again for day 2. And we'll be inviting, may I have the name of the chief imam? We'll be inviting, okay, we'll be inviting the chief imam of Ogbomoso land. I'm sorry, the chief imam of the palace. The chief imam of the palace. Apologies, sir.
Please don't stop until I get here. I mean, we can do better. Come on.
Apologies for the error, sir.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد صلى الله تعالى عليه وسلم. The Executive Governor of Oyo State, Engineer Oluseyi Makinde, His Imperial Majesty Oba Gandhi Afolabi Olaoye Olumagege III, the Showing in Council, other chieftaincy title holders, the Chairman, Economic Summit Committee, Dr. Somson Adegoke Megida, the summit speakers and panelists, members of the press, invited guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen. In the name of Allah, the beneficent, the merciful, thanks be to Allah that give us opportunity to gather here today. May Allah guide our deliberations, grant us wisdom, insight, and the collaboration to foster economic growth, stability, and prosperity. Amen. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه وسلم. اللهم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you very much, sir. Sheikh Mahmoud Habibullah Ayilara, the chief imam of the palace. Thank you very much. God bless you, sir. Okay, so we move on very quickly. This is day 2 of the Ogbomoso Economic Summit and Exhibition. We had very wonderful and eye-opening sessions yesterday, and today is not going to be anything less or anything short of what we had yesterday. However, to establish protocol this morning, before we start taking the presentations, I would like to invite the chairman to the stage to come help us establish protocol like he did yesterday, and to also recognize some of our VIPs. Please let's welcome Dr. Somson Megida to the stage.
And please don't stop until I get here. The energy is getting low. Welcome, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
The Executive Governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makinde, our visionary, His Imperial Majesty, Baba Seun of Ogbomoso land, I deliberately refused to mention the name because he has grown beyond that name. He is Seun of Ogbomoso land. In one of my private discussions with him, I asked and commented that he said, from what we read after becoming the Seun of Ogbomoso land, that he never wanted to become a Seun of Ogbomoso land. So I challenged, sorry to use the word challenge. I'm using the word challenge because in the academic palace, things like that, you say, I challenged. I said, if you never wanted to become the Seun of Ogbomoso land, and you are doing so many wonderful things, so if you had made up your mind, ab initio, to become the Seun of Ogbomoso land, I mean, instead of seeing 25 years agenda, probably we'll have been seeing 75 or 100 years or whatever. So I think it deserves so much of a round of applause. And honestly, for some of you, you know, I'm not a deep-rooted politician, so I'm not playing politics. For somebody to come up with this, it's not just noble in Ogbomoso, in the whole of the South. I don't want to go further north, but in the whole of the Southwest, I have not had any Oba that had 10 years, not even to talk of 25 years. So we need to establish a corner where people would come from other areas, or some other Obas will come and say, how did you get here? I don't want to let out the cat as to the answer he gave me. I'm sure the Seun himself, if not at this occasion, maybe at other fora or in future, will tell us why and how he's able to come up with this concept, even when initially he said he was not interested in becoming an Oba. And particularly, he was not interested in becoming the Seun of Ogbomoso. Kabiyesi sir, I keep asking because I've still not found an answer. You explained to me, but I keep being excited about some of the things that you do. Yesterday, at the photo shoot, so the journalists asked so many questions, and I have received so many reports across about who is this Seun of Ogbomoso land. That is the next answer we must provide. That's the next thing we must, because a lot of people want to know who is Seun of Ogbomoso land. So the journalists, please be ready to answer who is Seun of Ogbomoso land. That's the next question we must answer. So I'm sorry for breaching a bit of protocol, because the protocol is just for me to establish it. But I have gone beyond establishing the protocol. but to me, it's worth being established. So after this, we will also honor the entourage of the Shogun of Ogbomoso land, the other Obas that came with him, those who have also come to witness and honor the Shogun of Ogbomoso land, his kitchen cabinet, and other traditional members of the Shogun of Ogbomoso land. We must also recognize the religious people, the Imam of the palace and our chaplain of the palace too. Our guest speakers for the day must be recognized too. At the appropriate time, we will be bringing them up for further recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the second day of this economic summit. We will not bug you so much today because that of yesterday, I understand, was so tiring to a lot of us. Some people have not even come because they were so tired. Please, we will not bug you, but we are going to make it more meaningful today. Having established this, I want to welcome everybody to this second day economic summit and exhibition. And I say thank you for being in attendance. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our chairman, sir, Dr. Samson Mayegida. God bless you, sir. In his welcome address, he asked a question that people are saying, who is this Shogun? Now, to the people of Ogbomoso land, I want to tell you confidently that our Kabiyesi is a trailblazer. And we are so blessed to have a trailblazer on the throne. What is the word trailblazer in Yoruba?
I think the word close to that will be Ashiwaju ninu orere.
Ashiwaju ninu orere. I will write you a check after this event.
Thank you. I'll be expecting that.
I said that because trailblazers are first movers. They do things that every other person deems impossible. Before 1954, the whole world thought that no athlete could complete a mile under 4 minutes. That it was not possible for any human being to run a mile in 4 minutes. That if anybody attempted to do that, their lungs will hyperventilate and the lungs would collapse. But there was a man by the name Roger Bannister who ran that mile in 3 minutes, 59 seconds. A trailblazer. We have another trailblazer with us here today in the presence of our own father, His Imperial Majesty, Oba Gandhi Afolabi Olaoye, the Shogun of Ogbomoso land, the Orumogege III. We are so blessed to have you, sir. So watch out, Ogbomoso land, for more innovations like you have never seen before. We move on very quickly. I'm going to invite someone to give us the security details of this auditorium, and for those who might be in need of the restroom, you might want to visit the restroom and you probably do not know your way around. This man will provide the information in just 2 minutes. Please let's welcome upstage Engineer John Obajimi. Let's make him feel welcome. He's coming up in 2 minutes. While the representative of SynLab should please get ready.
His Imperial Majesty, the Sean of Ogbomoso land, and all our royal father here seated, all the dignitaries and all the wonderful participants, our panelists, you are welcome once again to these events. So like the anchorman said, my name is Engineer John Obajimi, the chairman of Safety, Security and Protocol Committee of the Ogbomoso Economic Summit. And I'm also, by the grace of God, the national president of National Industrial Safety Council of Nigeria, which was established by the federal government in 1964 to oversee all awareness of safety and health advocacy for all workers in Nigeria, in line with United Nations regulations. So my job here is to inform us about the safety of the hall and how to manage emergency just in case there is any. And before we approve the use of this hall, the committee has ensured that the hall meets all the necessary international safety and health regulations. So that I can assure you that the hall is very safe for every participant. But as it is required by international safety protocol to just inform, we have different doors are opened. We have the entry and the exit, of course. You know, this is for only the KBC and this entourage and the special guests, while we have other doors, one on my left side and one on the right side. So just in case if there's any emergency, you don't have any reason to panic because our people are already trained on how to manage such. So you don't need to run. All you just need to do is walk briskly outside. Then also, we have our convenience just by the left side in case you want to use the restroom. Our security are well positioned all around. So you can be rest assured that we are all safe. Thank you very much. God bless you.
All right, thank you very much, Engineer John Obajimi. We appreciate you.
All right, very distinguished guests, our royal fathers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to honor His Royal Majesty, Oba Samuel Amao II, the Hale of Okelere. Welcome, Kabiyesi.
Kabiyesi.
We also like to appreciate and honor Engineer Opun Salawu, the Babalaje of Ogbomoso land. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. We honor all dignitaries, guest speakers, innovators, and every trailblazer in the room. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, I want to very quickly welcome one of our guest speakers, Dr. Olukayode Biton. Thank you very much for being here, sir. It is good to see you again. Former MD, Bank of Industry, and the pastor of a mega church, Lagos, Nigeria. Good to see you again, sir. Thank you for being here to grace the maiden edition of the Ogbomoso Economic Summit and Exhibition. Right. The first presentation this morning is coming from SynLab, and I'd like to invite their representative to please come very quickly to the stage. At the appropriate time, all our guest speakers' profiles will be played on the screen like it was done yesterday. Everything has been pre-recorded, so our guest speakers will have their befitting introduction. Right. SynLab, where are you? There is no time to play with. May I then move on to the Cashew Association? Cashew Association, are they here? If you're walking down the stage, can you just wave so we can see you? We can be sure that you're here. Okay, if Cashew Association is not here, let's go on to POFAC Consult and Development. Mr. Oderin Lopita, representing POFAC Consult and Development. Yeah, he's coming. Please let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way here.
You see, anytime we invite someone to the stage, we want you to give them a round of applause until they get here. Yes, please. Thank you very much.
I would like to start by recognizing the governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makinde, in his absence, Your Imperial Majesty, the Seun of Ogbomoso land, Oba Gandhi Afolabi Olaoye, all the royal fathers present, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, respected guests, and the people of Ogbomoso land. Good day, everyone. It's such a big privilege and honor to stand before you today, the proud sons and daughters of Ogbomoso, to speak about a future that belongs to all of us. I remain myself, Oderunlo Peter, Principal Consultant at POFAC Consult and Development. Your Majesty once said, and I quote, "No beginning is too small if you are bold enough to dream it." I see an Ogbomoso that will rank among the top mega city in southwest Nigeria, a city planned with intention, built with beauty, and sustained with innovation. Imagine Turkey with an array of modern buildings and vibrant commercial centers. Imagine Akonwojo transformed into a modern estate of elegant state-of-the-art homes. When we build better, we attract better. When we build our land, this attracts investors to come and invest, because real estate development is not just about the building, but building right, sustainable, functional, and beautiful. At POFAC Consult and Development, we are a team of trained professionals, passionate with building the future of our cities. We are a team of trained professionals in the building industry. But no vision succeeds without the help and support of great innovators and stakeholders like you, ladies and gentlemen, standing in front of me. That is why I stand here calling for partnership with the KBSC, His Majesty, the government stakeholders, investors home and abroad, with every sons and daughters of Ogbomoso who believe in this city's potential. Together, we can plan, design, and build an Ogbomoso city that reflects excellence, progress, and pride. Of course, we have the ideas. Of course, we have the designs. But it is your support that can bring these designs to life. Every mega city, as you all know, begins with someone's dream. But dream can only come alive when people, just like you ladies and gentlemen in front of me, rise to build them. So today, I say to you, let us dream it. Let us plan it. Let us build it together. The future is here. Ogbomoso ni baje o. Thank you. God bless you all.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Oderunlo Peter. Your Imperial Majesty, all our royal fathers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to go to our first guest speaker for today to address the topic unlocking access to grants and development financing. I'll ask the consul to please play the profile of Dr. Olukayode Piton. The next voice you will hear after that profile will be that of Dr. Olukayode Piton, our guest speaker. Let's put our hands together for him while the consul.
Piton is a highly experienced Nigerian banker with over 30 years of experience in the financial sector. He is the immediate past managing director and chief executive officer of the Bank of Industry, BOI. a position he held between 2017 and 2023. He graduated with a BSc degree in economics from the University of Ibadan in 1982 as a UAC scholar. He later obtained a master's degree in international management from the American Graduate School of International Management, Thunderbird Campus, as a Rotary International Scholar. He started his banking career in 1986 at Citibank Nigeria and went on to work with various banks, including Industrial Bank Limited, FSB International Bank, and Unity Bank. As MD and CEO of BOI, he led the bank to success, raising about $3.8 billion in the last 4 years and supporting over 3 million enterprises, creating over 7 million jobs. Under his leadership, BOI's balance sheet grew significantly from 713 billion naira to about 1.7 trillion naira as of December 2021. Under his visionary leadership, BOI received the Best Development Bank Award. Is the first chairman of Habitation of Hope, an NGO that supports homeless street boys and girls in Nigeria. He is a fellow of several professional organizations, including the Chartered Institute of Bankers in Nigeria, Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, Institute of Credit Administration of Nigeria, and Nigeria Economic Safety. He's also a senior pastor in the Redeemed Christian Church of God. His dual roles as a banker and pastor showcase his diverse expertise and commitment to serving others. With a standing ovation, let's welcome Olukayode Bito.
So can I change the slides from here, or somebody's going to do that? Okay. Good morning. The Executive Governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makinde, His Imperial Majesty Oba Gandhi Afolabi Olaoye, Olumogege III, the Sean of Ogbomoso land, senior government officials here, Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, I believe, distinguished royal fathers, esteemed committee members, honorable guests, entrepreneurs, innovators, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to stand before you today at the maiden edition of the Ogbomoso Economic Summit and Exhibition, a historic gathering convened by the Palace of the Sean of Ogbomoso land, in collaboration with the Committee on Commerce and Industry. This summit is a milestone in the strategic implementation of the 25-year development vision for our land, and the chosen theme, Unlocking the Economic Potential of Ogbomoso land, is both timely and visionary. It helps us to think beyond the present, to craft policies, strategies, and innovations that will place Ogbomoso on the path to inclusive prosperity, sustainable growth, and global relevance. My topic today, unlocking access to grants and development financing for Ogbomoso SMEs, speaks directly to the heartbeat of our economy, the small and medium enterprises, SMEs. SMEs are businesses that are typically defined based on criteria like their size, number of employees, annual revenue, market capitalization, and total assets. The categorization of a business or company as an SME varies depending on the country and is based on one or a combination of the aforementioned factors. In Nigeria, SMEs are defined by the National Bureau of Statistics based on their employee count and asset base. The key characteristics of SMEs in Nigeria include an employee count of 10 to 199 persons, an asset base of 5 million to 500 million naira, excluding lands and buildings. Businesses that cut across sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, retail and services, and businesses that are characteristically dynamic, innovative, and flexible. This classification aligns with the Small and Medium Enterprises Agency of Nigeria, SMEDAN, system as laid out in the National Policy on MSMEs 2021 to 2025. Across the globe, SMEs are powerful engines of sustainable social economic growth, contributing significantly to GDP and employment rates worldwide. According to a World Bank report in 2019, MSMEs contribute between 40% to 50% of GDP. They represent about 90% of businesses worldwide and represent more than 50% of employment in most economies. These have been estimations. There have been estimations that 60 million jobs will be needed by 2030 to absorb the growing global workforce, thus making SME development a high priority for many governments around the world and critical players in major contemporary transitions, including digitalization and the shift towards green and sustainable economic practices. In Nigeria, the impact of SMEs is even more pronounced. They are crucial facilitators of economic development, providing essential goods and services, stimulating competition and driving innovation. According to the MBS SMEDAN MSME 2021 survey report, MSMEs contribute substantially to the national economy by consistently accounting for 46.3% to 48% of the national GDP. They make up approximately 84% of total industrial employment and represent 96% of all businesses, thereby maintaining demographic stability, reducing the high rates of youth unemployment, and alleviating poverty. Beyond direct employment, SMEs serve as training grounds for fostering domestic entrepreneurial capacity, developing technical skills, and enhancing managerial competencies. At the community level, SMEs accelerate development by stimulating indigenous entrepreneurship and utilization of local resources. Despite the robust and promising potential of SMEs, the sector remains universally plagued by a common factor, which is the massive gap in access to finance. The International Finance Corporation, IFC, estimates that 65 million firms, representing 40% of formal MSMEs in developing countries, have an unmet financing need of $5.2 trillion annually. In Nigeria, MSMEs face a $296 billion funding gap, with only about 4% of the country's MSMEs having access to formal bank loans. The lack of access to finance can be attributed to other factors, such as high interest rates and cumbersome bureaucratic application processes of formal loans, risk aversion by lenders, and a lack of verifiable data on financial performance and outreach of MSMEs, which hinders effective credit scoring. In addition, infrastructure deficiency, fueled by irregular electricity supply, poor transportation networks, and high energy costs, which translate directly into high operational costs and its resultant low profitability and unstable cash flow, increases the perceived risk profile of SMEs and limits the scope for financial intervention. Furthermore, institutional and regulatory inconsistencies create regulatory instability, which dampens investment sentiment and makes long-term planning difficult. Human capital deficiencies such as poor financial management, poor business acumen, and regulatory lax make SMEs unattractive to formal lenders. In the Ogbomoso land, from agribusiness to manufacturing, and from digital services to creative industries, MSMEs are the lifeblood of the economy. Yet, their growth is too often constrained by limited access to finance, inefficient infrastructure, poor information flow on grants opportunities, and insufficient institutional support. The purpose of this summit is to bridge that gap. By bringing together policymakers, financial institutions, development partners, and entrepreneurs, Nigeria can build a robust framework for financial opportunities that transform ideas into enterprises and enterprises into engines of growth. At the heart of this strategy is expanding access to targeted grants and development finance instruments that address the persistent challenges faced by MSMEs in accessing affordable funding. Now I'll talk about some of the programs that the government has in the country. The federal government of Nigeria has rolled out several landmark programs to strengthen entrepreneurship, to boost job creation, and accelerate economic growth. Together, these programs, supported by agencies such as SMIDAN, represent a combined intervention package of about 200 billion naira. The Presidential Conditional Grant Scheme, PCGS, with 50 billion naira, the FGN MSME Intervention Fund with 75 billion naira, and the FGN Manufacturing Sector Fund with 75 billion naira. How to access some of these DFI instruments? Accessing these opportunities require a clear pathway. One, business formalizations. Registering with the Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, and enrolling under SMIDAN's MSME database to qualify for government-backed programs. Number two, application through partner banks. Most funds are administered through selected financial institutions. SMEs must submit a business plan, cash flow projections, and evidence of business activity. Number three, meeting eligibility criteria. For grants like the PCGS, entrepreneurs must show proof of nano business ownership. While for intervention funds, MSMEs must demonstrate sector alignment. Example, manufacturing, agribusiness, or digital services. Number four, capacity building and advisory support. Participation in SMEDAN training and incubation program strengthens an SME's eligibility and improves bankability. In effect, the integration of grants, conditional loans, and capacity building programs create a financing ecosystem where Nigerian entrepreneurs can move beyond subsistence operations into scalable, competitive enterprises. With deeper collaboration among policy makers, DFIs, and private finance institutions, These instruments can unlock the latent potentials of MSMEs as the true lifeblood of Nigeria's economy. To achieve this, the focus must be on 4 key strategies. 1, human capital development and capacity building. Technical assistance and training programs must be significantly scaled up and tailored to focus on practical business management skills and fundamentals of business operations. Utilization of processes and technological adoption will also be supported and encouraged among SMEs, especially in the manufacturing and agricultural sectors, to increase efficiency, manage supply chain risk, and enhance their competitive standing in local and international markets. Capital market solutions. The public sector MSMEs grading system must be effectively implemented, led by SMIDAN, in collaboration with the CBN and financial institutions, to reduce information asymmetry, provide transparent data on MSME creditworthiness in repaying loans or meeting their financial obligations, and unlock the finance that lenders are currently unable to risk. Sole dependence on traditional bank loans is no longer sustainable, and it is necessary to begin considering and promoting other innovative funding instruments, such as private equity, venture capital, equity-based crowdfunding, and the alternative securities market. 3, leveraging technology and infrastructure development by shifting focus to decentralized power solutions, such as dedicated industrial cluster power systems, and ring-fencing critical manufacturing and commercial zones. The exorbitant operational cost burden on MSMEs will be reduced. This will directly improve their margins to also strengthen their competitiveness. Improving the critical transportation network enhances supply chain reliability and market access for both urban and rural producers. Technological leveraging can also improve access to finance for Ogbomoso citizens. By creating an Ogbomoso SME financing portal, we can democratize access to finance by connecting local entrepreneurs to available grants, loans, and mentorship opportunities in real time. Policy coherence and formalization. Stringent policy coherence must be enforced across all levels of government to eradicate policy inefficiencies, especially multiple taxation and inconsistent regulatory application. Policy streamlining through the direction of services is essential to reduce bureaucratic delays and minimize opportunities for corruption. Formalization incentives such as free business registration and raising tax exemption thresholds must be sustained with clear communication demonstrating the tangible and immediate benefits of formality. Now, I'm happy that the Oyo State Commissioner is here, because now I'm going to go to his own area, and if there are improvements, he will let me know. These are the things I was able to download. There are also opportunities that Oyo State has given to entrepreneurs. One, there is the SAFER program of Oyo State, which is the Sustainable Actions for Economic Recovery. This is a big umbrella intervention by the Makinde administration to cushion economic hardships, post-fuel subsidy removal, and includes 500 million SME microenterprise loan support through microfinance banks across the 7 geopolitical zones of Oyo State. Micro businesses get loans of 50,000 to 250,000 naira, while small businesses can access 50,000 naira to 1 million. If they have increased it, Commissioner will let us know. Part of the SAFER fund is being allocated to phase 2 so that more SMEs, farmers, and key sectors, healthcare, transport, can be supported. And from what I was able to download, Oyo State has allocated 5.4 billion for SAFER phase 2. They also support for agric by Oyo State government. tractorization, subsidy, ploughing cost support. The state government has launched, as part of phase 2, a 50% subsidy for mechanized ploughing. That is, smallholder farmers pay only half the cost of land ploughing, or your state covers the other half. Farm input distribution via OSADA, or your state agribusiness development agency, which I understand includes Ogbomoso South, Surulere, Orire, to support farmers affected by earlier disruptions. Easing guarantor requirements for agri loans under the Safer ACOS scheme, allowing executive members of farm associations to stand as guarantors to make the loans more accessible to more farmers. Capacity building and skills development. We have the Entrepreneur Development Program under the Graduate Industrial Self-Employment Loan Schemes. Why am I telling you this? Many of us refuse to actually download information that is actually available. You know, this is me in Lagos accessing what your state is doing. What I'm telling you now, many of you in this room are not even aware of it. And these schemes are available through your state. Infrastructure and enabling environment. Water infrastructure. The Oshupa water reservoir in Ogbomoso has been resurrected to improve potable water supply to residents. If it's not working, you are here, you can tell your state. Say Oshupa water reservoir is working. Is it working? Micro projects in education, health, erosion control, and water via your community and social development agency, OYSCADA. This includes boreholes, classroom blocks, renovation, construction of health centers in several communities. You know, all this available. Then there's also the Oyo State 25-year development plan. And local governments have a part to play in this. Local governments are at the forefront for delivering the 25-year development plan. They help to translate state objectives into local land use, service delivery, revenue mobilization, community engagement, and project implementations. Local governments provide the last mile infrastructure and institutions that make state targets concrete, from jobs and micro-industrial clusters to health, education, and local revenue needed to co-finance bigger projects. Now we can break this one down for Ogbomoso to the international, national, and local. Awareness. What can we do more in Ogbomoso to be visible to global and continental investors? Programs and networks. You know, what are the things that we have in Ogbomoso that global investors will have interest in? You know, we can have some people in Ogbomoso, you know, with what the Sean is doing now, come together and put together a package of the areas to invest in Ogbomoso. Do you have minerals in Ogbomoso? Is it land that you have that can be attractive to foreigners coming in? It's not only the foreigners coming in. One of the biggest problems for investors is that they buy land and only people are fighting on it. It's my family land, it's my family land. So Ogbomoso can say, look, let us have an area that you will have the risk. All of that area, people know that there's no problem. And there's just one office you go to. When they give you 10 hectares of land, that 10 hectares of land, nobody touches it. If you have that, people will come. Because that is one of the biggest problems of investors. They don't know who to buy land from. They will buy land today, 3 years from today, they are in court. From court, Supreme Court, you know, they can spend 15 years. But if you say Ogbomoso has land that people want to, you know, so the Sean and the Obas that are here, you sit down and say, let us allocate 250 hectares. Let's create an office. This is what people are going to pay. It is transparent. They know how much they are going to pay for it, and just one office to get a license. One office. And from there, your state government knows that if you give them paper, they will get C of O. And people can start their business with that. People will come. Nobody wants to buy land from 3 or 4 people. So that you can do. And you can help them by letting them know even areas to invest in. What do you have? What kind of thing can grow? You know, some people, you can save them that work. So when they just come to that office, it's Ogbomoso Investment Office. You know? And then you work with the state government because they need C of O, they want to sign, but like I said, it's very easy. Once people in Ogbomoso agree, this is how we are going to do it. You know, we are building for the future, for our children and our children's children. This area is the industrial area, you know, and this is what they are going to pay. If it's the people are going to pay, it's not a problem. Just agree what they are going to pay, but let it be an office they are going to pay to. How you share it does not concern the investor. But he wants to have title document without any problem. And that can, you know, even a lot of employment. I have one of the richest Nigerians. He's dead now. He bought a lot of land not too far from here to do a brewery, which he was not doing again. And I said, "Oh, can I do with that land?" I said, "Can I allow young graduates to be farming on it?" So, and that was, he was working with University of Ibadan before he died to do that. You know, because the number of graduates that are coming out from Nigerian universities every year, if you don't get something that can take a lot of people, because some of the industries we are talking about, even if they come in, they take 200 people. But we have millions that we have to take care of. And I'm sure in Ogbomoso you have thousands upon thousands, you know. So we can do something in that area, you know. So you can use local SMEs, use cooperatives in construction and operations. In University of Lagos now, there's a company that actually assembles local cars. And they are doing that in conjunction with students in University of Lagos. So they are there as students, but before they even graduate, they've learned how to put together a car. LASUTECH can do a lot of things. You can also, you know, get centers of excellence, where while they are still students, they are learning trade that they can use, you know. Most of the artisans we have in Nigeria, the good ones, are from the French-speaking countries because they do their work well. Why can't we have a similar thing in our institutions? That people go to LASUTECH, and you don't have to be a doctor, you know. If you are doing good work, do it well. People will employ you, you know. So let's look into areas like that so that our people can be employed. So distinguished guests, unlocking access to grants and development finance is not just about money. It's about unlocking dreams, empowering families, making an impact, and positioning Ogbomoso as a hub of enterprise in Nigeria. When our SMEs thrive, our people thrive. When our people thrive, Ogbomoso thrives. As this journey starts, it is pertinent to note that the success of our 25-year developmental vision rests not on the shoulders of a few, but on the collective will and action of all stakeholders. Together, we can transform Ogbomoso into a model city where innovation meets tradition and where opportunities are available and accessible to all. In conclusion, I urge every stakeholder here today to commit wholeheartedly to this vision. Let us unlock financing opportunities. Let us unlock potential. And above all, let us unlock the economic future of Ogbomoso land. Thank you for your kind attention. God bless you all. God bless Ogbomoso. God bless Nigeria.
And it seemed that all hope is lost. But I've come to tell you that something I can't explain.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Oluka Odekpeta. Once again, a round of applause. Unlocking access to grants and development financing. Right. That's a value-adding session. Well, in the course of this event, we're also going to have a panel session like we did yesterday. And there's a whole lot to learn, a lot of ideas, you know, that will be crisscrossing in the room. Permit me to do some very quick recognitions before we move on to the next item. We have with us the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Osun State, in the person of Honorable Otumba Babatola Fasheru. Thank you so very much for being here. You actually came in with Kabiesi much earlier. Also, permit me to recognize the presence. Of course, is one of the panelists. Recognize the presence of Dr. Ismail Rabi, who has been ably represented on this occasion by Dr. Peter Iluebe from IITA. Thank you so very much for being here. He's also one of the panelists. Also, I'd like to recognize the presence of Dr. Prince Ajishefini Ayodeji Tajuddin, one of our panelists as well. Thank you so very much for making time out to be here. Permit me to also recognize the presence of Prince Tunde Aremu Ironwagbe, the chairman Ironwagbe Farm Booster, the Prince of Ikoyi here in Ogbomoso. Thank you very much for coming, sir. Permit me also to recognize the presence of Pastor Mrs. Florence Alawakala. Thank you very much, Mommy, for coming. She was here yesterday as well. And permit me to recognize the presence of the Visioner Omera Boost Conference, a platform that empowers young people, has empowered over 2,000 or 5,000 young people across your state. Dr. Olamide Alawakala, thank you very much for being here. Also, finally, permit me to also recognize, we have with us today the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA, and we have the chairman, MSME/SDG Trade Group here, also an EXCO member, Chief Kola Akosile. Thank you very much for coming to Ogbomoso Economic Summit and Exhibition, the very maiden edition. Right. Based on the instructions I've received, we're moving on now to the panel session. May I invite the anchors of the panel session to please come up stage to bring up the panelists. I'm sure that the console also has the profiles of the panelists, and then so you can play them one after the other while I await the anchors of the panel session. Okay, so while they're coming up stage, let me quickly just give you an idea what we're going into right now. We're looking at unlocking cassava value chain industrialization. Like we know, Ogbomoso is rich, especially in cassava production. How do we unlock cassava value chain industrialization? How do we take it from the level of subsistence to the level of industrialization, which is part of Kabiesi's vision for this exhibition and this summit, to go from subsistence to industrialization. Right. Also, we're going to be looking at maximizing the cashew value chain. The cashew value chain, that will be talked about. And I believe that the Cashew Association, much later, will have the opportunity also to talk about what they are doing. We'll be looking at agro-processing cluster, catalyzing rural industrialization and SME growth, one of the topics that will be discussed here today. And of course, I've mentioned all the panelists, and then may I have the anchors come up stage so that we can get this done. In the meantime, console, would you please go ahead and play their profiles one after the other?
Good morning, everyone. I want to believe that we are all having a good time. My name is Mutunrayo Oyeyode, and together with the lady MC here, we are going to be moderating the panel session. Here today, I'm going to be asking questions from industry experts about how to maximize the value of cashew chain in Ogbomoso land. And with me here, I've got the lady MC.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, your Royal Highnesses. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Ogunkola Ifeoluwa, but you can call me Adasa the Compare without comparison. And it is my distinct pleasure to be one of your panel moderators for this power panel session. Thank you very much.
All right. The media people, are you set for us? Okay. Okay, so here today, cashew is one of Ogbomosho's hidden treasures. We all know that, and the world is already aware of that. And for some of us that may have traveled to different parts of the country, it might interest you to know that Ogbomosho cashew nuts has traveled farther than a lot of us, because over the decades we used to have international buyers come here to buy our cashew that most people now describe as one of the best in the world. I thought we were going to put our hands together for that. But behind that, as a rich and diverse reality, aside export, cashew has so many economic value, and that is what we are going to be talking about here today. We are going to be discussing practical approaches to change the narrative so that cashew does not stop at exportation alone, so that we can talk about ways of making Ogbomoso a hub for innovation, value, and global competitiveness. So to join me here today, we are going to be welcoming someone who has as well take the leadership role in making sure that he led the National Association of Cashew in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, here today, please make welcome Honorable Babatola Fasheru. Please, can we put hands together?
Ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'm very honored to be steering the conversation on a very important topic as long as Ogbomosho's economic sector is concerned. And we're going to be talking about
is the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Security in Osun State, Nigeria. A visionary leader with a distinguished career spanning banking, agribusiness, and public service. Honorable Fasheru is widely recognized for his transformative contribution to the agricultural development and food security. He holds a bachelor's degree in business administration from the University of Ilorin and Masters of Business Administration, MBA, in finance and marketing from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Before his appointment as commissioner, he served in notable leadership capacities, including CEO and chairman of Colossus Investment Limited, chairman of Leader Merchant Bank, and managerial position of First Bank of Nigeria and international bureaus. His influence in agribusiness extends beyond Nigeria, having secured as a president of the National Cashew Association of Nigeria from 2011 to 2020. And currently as president of the African Cashew Alliance. Through his leadership, Nigerians' cashew production and export value recorded remarkable growth, strengthened the country's position in global markets. Honorable Fasheru's commitment to excellence, strategic foresight, and passion for agricultural advancement continue to position him as a driving force in promoting food security, economic diversification, and sustainable development across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Honorable Otumba Babatola Fasheru.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
You're
Thank
welcome,
you very
sir.
much, sir. You're welcome. All right, our second panel session is very important as long as the Ogbomosho economic sector is important. It's a very important conversation. And I must tell you that our panelists are the right men for the conversation. We're going to be talking on unlocking cassava value chain industrialization. And the first panelist that I would be introducing for this very pertinent conversation is no other person than our very own Dr. Ismail Rabi. A round of applause for Dr. Ismail Rabi as he comes on stage. Thank you. Please, a better round of applause. We can do better. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Ismail Rabi is a molecular geneticist and breeder with the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, IITA Ibadan, known for his expertise in genomics, crop improvement, and genetic research. He holds advanced degree in biochemistry, biotechnology, and agricultural sciences, including a PhD from the University of Hohenheim, Germany, where his graduate work earned high honors. At IITA, Dr. Rabi leads cutting-edge efforts to uncover the genetic underpinnings of vital cassava traits, such as disease resistance, enhanced micronutrient content, dry matter quality, plant architecture, and yield stability. It plays a leading role in the next generation cassava breeding initiative, applying high-density genotyping and statistical tools to accelerate the development of superior cassava varieties. His work is directly relevant to Ogbomosho's agricultural economy, especially in tapping into cassava, not just as a staple food, but as a crop with industrial nutrition and export potential. With a standing ovation, let's welcome Dr. Ismail Yusuf Rabi.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on this panel session.
Good to have you here, sir. Thank you. All right, we are going to be hearing from the private sector as well. So from Valency Agro Nigeria Limited, we are going to be welcoming Mr. Abhijit Kumar. Can we put hands together?
Mr. Abhijit Kumar is a senior executive of Valency Agro Nigeria Limited.
All right, we're going to be moving on to our next conversation for today, which is based on agro-processing cluster, catalyzing rural industrialization and SME growth. And to join us on this conversation is another very important personality and a delectable man. In person of Dr. Prince Ajishefini Ayodeji Tajudeen. A round of applause for him. A better round of applause. Please appreciate our panelists. Thank you.
Ayodeji Tajudeen is a renowned agribusiness and enterprise development professional with over 20 years of experience in the business, driven by passion and commitment to solve challenges of food security and job creation. His investment cuts across the agribusiness value chain, including aquaculture, crops and livestock farming, off-taking and value addition, food processing, logistics, marketing and agro-export promotion. He is the founder and proprietor of Enterprise Grooming Institute, also known as University of Experience, where job creators are groomed, popularly known as the Jagaban of enterprise. Prince Ajishefini Ayodeji strides in development of agribusiness, small and medium enterprises in the northern zone and southwest states of Nigeria cannot be overemphasized. He has trained and empowered over 1,000 persons on agribusiness development, and over 50% of the students are engaged in both livestock and crops farming till date. He facilitated a special free training on entrepreneurship in collaboration with the Kwara State government for 500 soon-to-retire civil servants, and they have since 2018 been engaged in value addition for food products. Prince Ajishefini is the Zonal Vice President of Nigeria Association of Small and Medium Enterprise. He is the founder of EGI, Nano, Micro, and Agribusiness Networks. He is a trade group committee member, Nasima Agri Trade and MSME Trade Group. He served meritoriously as the president of Rotary Club of Ilorin Metro in 2016 and 2017. He served as the lead consultant agribusiness division at Harmony Holdings Limited, Ilorin. He was a technical consultant to the government of Ekiti State on enterprise and agribusiness development. He was a lead consultant to the First City Monument Bank on agribusiness and SMEs development. Prince Ajishefini served as a consultant to Bank of Industry, BOI, on debt recovery in 2017 and 2018. He's a technical consultant to various organizations, a business development service provider to over 1,000 NMSMEs across the country. With a standing ovation, let's welcome Prince Ajishefini Ayodeji Tajudeen.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us on this very important panel session. Our guests of honor, captains of industries present, leaders of every sector, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to once again welcome you to this very important conversation as far as the economic sector of Ogbomoso is concerned. Our very first conversation is going to be based on agro-processing cluster, catalyzing rural industrialization and SME growth in Ogbomoso. Our conversation today is customized to our strengths in Ogbomoso, such as our rich agricultural base, cassava, maize, yam, mango, and, a variety of our other cash crops. I recognize Ogbomoso as a regional agro-industrial hub. If you believe in that, can we please give a round of applause for our city? Thank you. We're agriculturally rich, and that's why we're having this conversation with you, sir. And my first question to you, would be that how can the agro-processing cluster in Ogbomoso transform Ogbomoso from a food-producing community into a rural industrial zone? I'll go again, sir. How can the agro-processing cluster model transform Ogbomoso from a food-processing community into a rural industrial zone? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Kabiyesi. I welcome everyone to this laudable project. And I would like to, before I answer your question, to appreciate that Ogbomoso being the gateway to the north, Ogbomoso is endowed with agricultural prosperity. Looking at Ogbomoso, they have cooperative advantages on various agricultural produce, starting from tuber products, protein products, grains, and fruits. Now, how do we enhance this to make it an hub that Oyo State government will be ready to take as a center? We have nothing less than 10 wards in Ogbomoso local government, if I am right. Please pardon me if I'm wrong. Each ward has potentials of their own agricultural produce. Let's take the template and business model of China, where each province has a commodity or a product to its province. Where we have cassava in large population, we can have group of cassava farmers in a cluster, which was the fundamental agricultural system during the era of our late Obafemi Awolowo. Farm settlement. Within the farm settlement, we had the processing center, where nearest to raw materials is never a problem. For those areas that is blessed with rice, let's bring them together. Let's encourage them. Let's change their mindset, especially the youth and women. Let's change their mind from agriculture to agribusiness. Where we have problem in Nigeria today is the issue of agriculture. There is difference between agriculture and agribusiness. I was discussing with a banker yesterday that they are not ready to finance agri. I said, because you don't know what you are saying. Almighty God will not give rain to farmers. Farmers are taking opportunity of rain to farm. As an agribusiness person, you are expected to make provision for all you need. Make provision for your security. Make provision for water. Make provision for good seed. Get your market before you even cultivate. That is what agribusiness is talking about. Getting that done, we have fruit. Bringing processing, mini processing plants in a clustered area will make that particular area known for fruit cluster processing center. Getting paddy rice. Why do we need to export our paddy rice? Why don't we start milling and have our own Ogbomoso rice instead of giving our rice to another place to create problem, investment opportunity in another local government? Look at cassava. There is this town, when you are going to Oyo, where they process cassava. Look at the value chain. Look at the number of people. That is the template of the cluster we are talking about, where we will have our own locally fabricated equipment, either as hire purchased or leased for group of farmers in cooperative. For us to grow in Ogbomoso and adapt agribusiness, let's learn to come as a cooperative. That will help us to make use of cluster model. Thank you.
Well, please, a better round of applause for him. Thank you very much. I think that was very profound. And if there is any takeaway from what he said, it would be to transform agriculture to agribusiness. Can we all say that? Transform agriculture. Thank you. So at this juncture, I will hand over to my colleague to have the conversation with his panelists. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So my question will be directed to Honorable Babatola Fasheru. Being a leader and a part of the policymakers, when it comes to cashew, I assure you, sir, Ogbomoso's cashew is the best in the world. And as a matter of fact, I would like us all to appreciate our Kabiesi. He has been a personal advocate of the recognition of cashew, Ogbomoso's cashew in the world. Recently, when he went to the president, Baba was telling the president that Ogbomoso's cashew is the best in the world. Now, I want to ask a question, sir, that now that we have Ogbomoso's cashew, that it has a global reputation, yet much of its economic value still leaves the region unprocessed. It's just exportation. From your experience leading the national and continental cashew bodies, what specific policy or structural gaps must be addressed to change this narrative? Can I take that again, sir? Okay. Ogbomoso's cashew has a global reputation, yet much of its economic value still leaves the region unprocessed. From your experience leading national and continental cashew bodies, what specific policy or structural gaps must be addressed to change this narrative? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much. I'm very grateful. Kábíyèsí, mo kí yín o, mo kí yín gan ni. Mo dẹ̀ kí gbogbo àwọn orí adé tó wà níbí, àtàwọn bàbá wa, àtàwọn ìyá wa, and all our distinguished guests that are here. It's my great pleasure to be here this morning to contribute to the economic growth of Ogbomoso land. And it's also important for me to say that I've been part of Ogbomoso economy for the past about 35, almost 35 years. And I've been participating in cashews. A lot of our brothers here who are in the cashew business. Even when they were just starting little by little, we were together. And today, by the grace of God, a lot of them have grown very, very big. And they will continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Very importantly, cashew, Ogbomoso is a blessed town. When you look at, yes, thank you. When you look at the vegetation, it's a mixed vegetation, you know, as if you are leaving the rainforest into savanna. That gives a whole lot of opportunity to grow a lot of food items and then cash crops. You know, so cashew itself, and that's why you find that Ogbomoso has the best quality in Nigeria. Yes, and it's something that is worth celebrating. And incidentally, Osun State also has that corridor shared with Ogbomoso from Iwo to Ejigbo into Oko and Ogbomoso and all that. So cashew in Osun State is also looked at from a high premium level too. So we will say that that belt from Osun to Ogbomoso has the best quality. And we have been saying that selling our produce in the raw state is not the best for our economy. It means that we are not utilizing effectively what God has given to us. We are exporting our jobs outside. That's what it means. We need jobs here in Nigeria. Just like the esteemed former MD of Bank of Industry said, Pastor Peter, he said that every year we are churning out lots and lots of young ones from our universities. So, if God has given us these kind of resources, particularly cashews, we should maximally, effectively utilize it. And that way will be adding value. Through it, we can create employment, we can create industries, and then we can utilize. When you take cashew as a commodity, there's so many aspects of it. Of course, you have the apple, you have the nut. That nut that you see, it's a compound product. The one that we eat, which is what we call the kernel, yeah, is a big part of it. But there are others that are of huge economic value. The shell, that's the hard nut that you have covering it, which is wasted most of the time. You can pull out what you call the CNSL from it, which is cashew nut shell liquid. That oil is big. That oil can be used in the cosmetic industry. That oil can be used in for brake pads, for many things. It can be used to protect your wood nuggets for the ceiling. And then you go into the milk, the oil you can get even from the cashew itself. And then the tester, that's the one that you peel off. So when we ship this out, the guys over there are able to use all these things. And we are discounted in terms of what value we get. Nigeria produces about 300,000 tons of cashews. Vietnam produces about the same quantity. But Nigeria gains about $400,000, $400 million annually, about $400 million annually. And cashew is still like first or second, no, I would say like second or third. Cocoa is the first. Second or third, depending on what sesame seed is doing at any point in time, vis-a-vis cashew. Second or third. But you see, Vietnam generates $4 billion annually. We produce about the same quantity. Why? The value addition aspect. The value addition aspect. $4 billion. The total non-oil revenue that we have in Nigeria is about $5 billion. One product in one country is generating $4 billion. What are we saying? There's huge potentials for us. It also says there's huge potential for Ogbomoso land that produces the best kind of quality. And I think maybe the Kogi State does the biggest. I think the Auchi area, the Gala area, they do the biggest. The Auchi area in Edo, and then I think Ogbomoso is the third largest in terms of volumes. So there's a lot that can be achieved. There's a lot that we can do. And so I want to commend Kabesi for this wonderful step. This step will transform, will metamorphose the business climate, the business position of Ogbomoso land. And I think we should give a big, big, big hand to Kabesi.
Right.
So that gives us a picture how huge this thing we are talking about is. As a government, we're already, I know that the federal government is doing something now in terms of policies, because most times policies will drive things. When you take a country like Ivory Coast is the number one in terms of production, and today they're doing very well in processing. They're doing about 1 million tons annually, and they're processing about 25% of that. Nigeria, we are not doing up to, we are managing 10%. So policies have to drive these things. So, and all of this discourse will be bringing to attention. Thank God the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry was here yesterday. I'm sure that she will have gone with a lot of feedbacks. Policies need to be put together. Structures need to be put together. Processing zones, like it was said earlier on, in Ogbomoso, we can declare an area as a processing zone. Ogbomoso, Ogbomoso is the biggest, largest town in Oyo State, if I'm correct. Sorry? After Ibadan. And that's why I said second. Ibadan is number 1, and then Ogbomoso is number 2. So you have the land to separate and say industrialization. And cashew is huge. Of course, cassava and all these other areas. And because it's something that is globally needed, it helps in your diet, it helps for blood pressure and other things. And it's a premium nut that earns a lot of money. There is no brainer that with it, the economic prosperity of Ogbomoso will be unlimited, and it will create a lot of opportunities for the young people and then the future generation.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we put our hands together for him? So from what you have said so far, we need to think outside the box and maximize the usage of our cashew we have here. It will create employment. The shell can generate oil and that can be used in the cosmetics industry for brake parts and the likes. Can we all say there is more to our cashew? Can you say that to the person beside you? There is more to our cashew. Stop the export. There's more to our cashew. Stop the export. All right, over to you, the lady MC now.
All right, thank you very much, Daface. Thank you so much, sir, for that very profound contribution. Our next conversation is very, very important as regards our cash crops in Ogbomoso. Cassava is one of the numerous cash crops that we have in Ogbomoso, and it has been realized that cassava is underutilized when it comes to industrial applications. And my next question will be going to our very delectable Dr. Ismail Rabi. Thank you so much for joining the conversation, sir. We want to unlock the value chain of cassava in Ogbomoso. And in unlocking the value chain of cassava, farmer aggregation to processing firms is very pertinent. So my question is, how can farmer cooperative schemes be structured in Ogbomoso to ensure consistent supply of raw cassava to processing firms? I'll go again, sir. How can farmer cooperative schemes be structured in Ogbomoso to ensure consistent supply of raw cassava to processing firms?
Thank you so much for your question. I want to greet the KBAC. Thank you so much, KBAC, for giving opportunity for this kind of a summit. And I want to thank also our elders in the house. When the custodians of our land talk, the government listen. Thank you for talking. And I want to thank Engineer Makide for listening. The beginning of your talk is just this one. Many more you will say, and they will listen. Now on cassava, there is something I started seeing sometime more than about 20 years ago when I drive past Ogbomoso, and then I see people who already organize themselves into the processing of cassava. As at that time, I did not think about issue of organizing processors, but yet the people of Ogbomoso at the Everons were already organizing themselves to cooperatives. Yesterday, as I was coming, I thought, I'm not sure that I'm correct or not. As I was coming here yesterday, I also met some other groups that have started again. You see an area where you have little processing centers. They make it gari from cassava, they make it lafun. And recently, when I started talking about issue of making sure that you don't waste anything on cassava, the issue of the peels for animal feed came up. And you see that around, they started drying cassava peels to sell in the market. What am I saying? The Ogbomoso people, the Oyo State people already do something along that line. But when our chief speaker was talking, he talked about marking an area that will be an industrial zone. When the cooperatives are together in one place, supply of raw materials is made easier. And not that alone, the cost of processing equipment is also made easier and maybe cheaper safe. Why? Because you have a one-stop shop for what you want to buy. If one does not have money to buy directly, you can buy and begin to pay. What I'm also driving at is the fact that when the custodian of the land says, let's give this area as industrial zone, I also partition the area for different crops and what they should do. You will find out that supply of raw materials will not be lacking. Why? Because people have a vision. They know where to sell. And farmers generally will grow when they know that there is an off-taker. If they don't have an off-taker, they will not grow anything. And if they grow, nobody is buying, they will not grow the following year. So if we have organized sections of the land in Ogbomoso and Severon allocated to something that we are doing this one here, it's not just individuals coming. One of the challenges of cassava processing in Nigeria as of today is electricity. But if you have an industrial zone and the government is aware, our distribution companies would like to put machineries in that area. You know, my brother here talked about Auchi. I'm from Auchi. Auchi has an industrial area where they process limestone and others. When there is no electricity in other part of Auchi, that place has electricity. Because they are charged based on what they are tagged as industrial area. So they pay industrial, they pay their bills as an industrial environment. Now, generally, the major challenge we have, like I said, is people talk about, we have developed a lot of machines to use for processing of cassava, but people are not using them. Why? The cost of running the machines, when it comes to issue of power, is a challenge. But when you have them aggregated in one place, it becomes easy for the distribution companies to give to them what they need, knowing that they are going to get revenue when they put those electricity in that place. I mean, that is running. That is one. Now the cooperatives, they need to be more organized. A lot of trial and errors is going on among the cooperatives. And that is because most of the time the government will say, we are with you, fine. But when the government is with you, there is no industrial zone, either for production or for processing. You also find that, yes, the government may give an area, but it is not working if there are no facilities to drive those things to work. We need, like my brother said, we need the policy makers here. The policy makers need to come on board. Our KBSCs on the land need to talk. And you are talking. Thank you for talking, like I said before. I've been thanking you again for talking. Because there are so many who are not talking anything, who are not saying anything. And therefore, nothing is being done. Thank you for talking. And I know that the governor, even the one who's going to come after this one, we meet it on the ground, they will listen to you. So let our custodian keep on talking and let the government answer them. Let policies be implemented, working policies, and let them be enforced. Not just policies, let them be enforced. You find out that things will work out much better, and then the farmers will be happy. They can train their children in school. And they are no longer just going to be like my brother said. ITA came up with what we call ITA youth agripreneur, not youth agriculturist. Agripreneur, when you have to look at everything you do as a business, people come to my office asking questions, want to go into cassava, how do we go about it? I tell them something. If you are going to cassava, don't do cassava like our forefathers did it. Do cassava like a business. I know there are people in the house who have fuel station where they sell oil. You know the way you monitor every drop of oil, you must also monitor every aspect of your business. And I tell people, you may not need to be there, but the person in your farm, the person who is working for you, must give you report on a daily basis. Report now is made easier. WhatsApp report can you tell you, today we did this quantity, this quantity, this quantity. This is the area that we work on today. Every day must give you report. And you must also verify when they give you report. Photographs, videos, and everything that's going on. With that, supply of raw materials will be no problem. And industrialization of cassava in Ogbomoso, like I've seen, will also not be a problem. Just a case of aggregating them, I think we work out well. Thank you.
A very resounding applause for Dr. Ismail Rabi. There are 3 takeaways from what he has said that I hold very dear to my heart. And that is, there is no agriculture without power. In as much as we're trying to make Ogbomoso evolve into a place that is an agro-processing region, we also need to ensure that our farmers have access to stable power. Second, he talked about implementation of working policies, not just implementation of policies, working policies, and that's where the government comes in. Then lastly, he talked about more organized farmer cooperative schemes that allows our farmers to be organized. It allows them to also learn how to document. And that will lead me to my next question, which I'll be directing to Dr. Prince Ajishefini Ayodeji Tajudeen, where we're talking about agro-processing cluster, catalyzing rural industrialization and SME growth. There is no education without industrialization, because you know that education opens, doors to, as the key to several doors. So let's talk about LAUTECH. Yes, let's talk about LAUTECH. How can LAUTECH and local vocational centers in Ogbomoso and environs help build a skilled workforce for agro-processing industries in the region? I would go again, sir. There is no industrialization without education. How can LAUTECH and local vocational centers help build a skilled workforce for agro-processing industries in the region?
You can see that I was smiling when you say local vocational centers. Who are the local vocational centers? Are you referring to we, the private vocational operators, as local? Well, it is very, very important, and that's why I'm grateful to be part of this summit. Personally, I've started a campaign across the northern zone of Nigeria. This will be my first in the southwest. Why? Let's leave that for now. I will tell you why. Most of food insecurity in Nigeria today starts from tertiary institutions. Why? Because most of the agric students are accidental students. How do I mean? There is no parent in this house that will encourage his or her daughter, son or daughter, to go and read agric. We are campaigning food insecurity, food insecurity. How many of us are there and studied it? Come back to tertiary institution. How many tertiary institution is making the student of agric understand that the course of study is an enterprise, not for them to go and look for a job? Number 3, tertiary institution. All the researches are not disseminated to the local farmers. The mandate of tertiary institution is to give knowledge. Either you grab the knowledge, you make use of the knowledge, it is your own bottle. Why I will not call them local? Because I am not local. I'm a rector of an enterprise grooming institute where we give valuable solution to enterprise and agribusiness development in Nigeria. There needs to be collaboration between LAUTECH and private operating vocational centers. Students will be trained on theory, little of practical. Why can't our students start any morning from year one that they enter into school? I have a business model I'm using in the north with Federal Polytechnic Bauchi. I told them, all the students in your school, you are telling them they are doing entrepreneurship. What is entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship is art of doing business. Which business? You never allow the student to know that their course of study is the enterprise. As from now, let your course of study be your business. As at now, let's start brainstorming their head. You cannot call yourself an entrepreneur without corporate governance. That is, you need to register with Corporate Affairs Commission. In as much as you are above 18, you can register a business name. Let's take the advantage. LAUTECH you are talking about. Let's take the advantage of all our students. Let's move their mindset from they look for job to I want to create job. And they must create the job where they are in school. They graduate from school, go for NYSC. I stopped going for training of Said because majority of these students don't know the aim and objective of Said, that is scale acquisition enterprise development. All of them stay at Mami Market. Let them have this orientation from LAUTECH that you have your business. Start small. Think big. Start small. And go out and prosper. Thank God the former managing director of Bank of Industry is seated. I know their impact in enterprise development in Nigeria. Well done, sir. We need serious collaboration between private tertiary operators and government-sponsored operators to follow this business model. Train the student, give it to us. Let's change their mindset. No more japa. I will give you the capital requirements. I will monitor the capital I'm giving to you. I will create market for your product. And the incubation center should be in the school. No more stewards outside the school. Thank you.
Wow. Prince Dr. Ajusefini said a lot. Ladokites in the house. Can we please give him a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you very much. That information was needed to be said. And I know that some of our lecturers, our professors, our doctors, our students in the room can definitely see that you said something very important as long as this student community is concerned. I'll hand over to Daface to ask the next question.
All right, thank you, sir. So if we notice, entrepreneurship is a recurring component in everything the panelists, each of the panelists have said here today, and that is going to bring us to our next question. Let's go practical now. Daddy has said it that we need to train our children right from childhood on how to make business, how to make sure that wherever they find themselves, they should always think about business. So I would like to ask Honorable Otumba Babatola about this question. Like I said, we have to go practical now. So if you were to design a state or community-led intervention for cashew processing, what 2 to 3 practical steps, such as shared infrastructure, incentives, or farmer cooperatives, would you prioritize to make Ogbomoso a processing hub? Let me take that again, sir. If you were to design a state or community-led intervention for cashew processing, what 2 to 3 practical steps, such as shared infrastructure, incentives, or farmer cooperatives would you prioritize to make Ogbomoso a processing hub?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Processing, industrialization, just like you rightly mentioned here, is not accidental. There are preparations. There is an enabling environment that needs to be put in place. Here, these days, most governments, federal, state, they're trying to make things compact. You hear of the one-stop shop, in terms of registration, in terms of getting things done. You hear of processing zones so that you can be able to get away from the challenges of power, of water, of roads and all of that. And so, like we said earlier on, if Ogbomoso can set out an area where there could be a common joint purpose infrastructure, where people can come in and say, yes, this is an area blessed with cashews, for instance. So let's have this special cashew processing zone, okay? Which I believe that KBC is already thinking about it very strongly. I think you should clap for KBC because a lot of ideas are going on. So when we have that, make things entry very easy. Most times entry into manufacturing, to industry, it's difficult in Nigeria. So, and then of course, like the speaker, the esteemed speaker said, you are already de-risking the problem of land. Land is a big problem in Nigeria generally. I think in the Southwest generally. We don't have as much land as we have in the North. So here everybody's saying this is my land and all that. So that inhibits industrialization. So when that's done, that means we have de-risked the land. We have made it easy for infrastructure. So we can all jointly use the lights, the electricity. We don't need to invest too much in generator and all that. If we are going to have it, it could be a common one, like a backup. You understand what I'm saying? So, and then training the young ones on how to process. It must be deliberate. It must be intentional. If we have to send people abroad to learn, and then even the equipment. I was telling at the forum of commissioners with the Honorable Minister of Agriculture on Monday, I was saying that we must be working towards our own homegrown technology, such that, we are not disadvantaged. What you discover is that an average, most times an average industrialist is disadvantaged. It's a global world. The cashews you produce here, when you produce it, you're selling it for export. Of course, there will be some for local, but you earn foreign exchange when you export. So, you must be in a position to be in control of some of your factors of production, which equipment is part of it. But from this side of the world, we rely more on equipment from abroad. So what it means is that if one of the parts have problem, it most likely will bring a downtime because you might have to wait for that spare part to be brought in. So you need also to bring the technician over there. So as a strategy for cashew development, cashew processing in Ogbomoso, we begin to look at it. How can we look at putting together our own equipment? We're going to start from somewhere anyway. Maybe bring some in and then model it, okay? And then train our people, okay? Train our people on how this equipment can be done. Train them on how to be smart in terms of even the being hands-on. An average worker in a factory in Vietnam is production, its output per hour cannot be compared to what we have here. Okay? They are smarter, they have the experience, or in India. So we will also start from somewhere anyway, but we begin to train. Okay? Vietnam started way back after India has started. But today they are like neck to neck. So Ogbomoso also can also do that. Then we have to guarantee the production, because if you want to produce, you want to process, that material is important. You have to ensure that there is sustainable supply of that material. So we will also begin to think of how do we generate our seedlings, hybrid seedlings, to keep giving us the best yield, the best kernel outturn results. The government will also do that. In Osun State, for instance, we give seedlings out for our farmers because we want to also boost the production. So I know that in Oyo State they'll be doing the same, So yearly like that, His Excellency, my Governor Demola Adeleke, always support giving out of seedlings. I mean, cocoa, cashews, oil palm, and those areas that we have comparative advantage, we give to even cassava stems to our farmers. So since Ogbomoso is leveraging on cashew, it's an industry that we want to expand and increase. Then we have to increase the land cultivation. We have to ensure a better yield per hectare. So we have to look at it. What are we generating per hectare? Today, maybe half a ton per hectare. But we have to go deeper into work with maybe Crane on research to see that in other climes, they're getting like 2 tons per hectare. These are areas where we can have it, the cashew industrialization, sustainable. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, sir. From what you have said, sir, you said we need to set aside land now. We need facilities. We need to set aside infrastructures. We need to train people. Then again, we need to employ capable hands and industry experts. For somebody listening to me now, something big after this summit, something big is coming to Ogbomoso land. Tell the person beside you, pay attention. Grab opportunities. So I'll give it to you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very, very beautiful contribution. Time is fast spent, but before we round off this panel discussion, there is something very important that we need to talk about, and that is on capital and funding. We cannot talk about industrialization and transforming Ogbomoso into an agro-processing region without talking about capital and funding. And our last question on this panel would be going to Dr. Ismail Rabi. But before that, I would like to implore our sector leaders, our captains of industries, our farmers, our ladies and gentlemen in the auditorium, would like to take few questions, 2 to 3 questions. So if you know that you like to ask questions, we're taking just 2. 1, 2. Let's speak from this side of the wall. Then, oh, sir, you would be number 3. Then if after then we're able to take more questions, please note your numbers. Please note your numbers. Number 4. All right, sir. All right, sir. Please, I'd like to implore us to keep our questions short and concise as we have to round off this panel session as soon as possible. All right, Dr. Ismail Rabi. We've been talking about unlocking cassava value chain industrialization. And we need to ask, access to capital remains a major challenge for small and medium enterprises as far as the agribusiness is concerned. So what financing models can be introduced to support farmers, SMEs, and processors in the cassava value chain in Ogbomoso? Should I go again, sir? Access to capital remains a major challenge. What financing models can be introduced to support farmers, SMEs, and processors in the cassava value chain in Ogbomoso?
Thank you for your question. Actually, let me correct something. I should have done that earlier. I felt that it's going to change. I'm Peter Ilwebi. I'm studying for Dr. Ismail Rabi.
Okay, sir.
Who couldn't make it because I had to be somewhere else to attend to a different summit outside. So I came in to represent him.
All right, sir.
Yeah, I'm also a brother. I work directly with him in cassava. But that question is a good question. But if you had to ask somebody that question, it should be our daddy there sitting down, who was the MD of the board,
the Bank of Industry. Says from him.
So I think maybe I should ask him to answer. I know that in time past, in IITA, we have, at a point in time, anchored a project that was on issue of borrowing to enable farmers to establish their farms and then to sell to off-takers. But if I'm to go to bring that one up, I'm not sure it's going to be that it's working out because it's a long time ago. But I think I will crave the indulgence of our daddy, our pastor, to answer this question. Thank you, sir.
All right, it will be very honoring to have our very distinguished leader from the Bank of Industry. I would like to have one of the protocols to please pass the microphone to him. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. I think that his contribution is very invaluable as far as this discussion is concerned. So our farmers in the house, I want you to please pay attention. Not just farmers, entrepreneurs in the agricultural sector, as we talk about financing for farmers as regards the cassava value chain in Ogbomoso. Thank you very much, sir. I should ask the question again. Okay, sir. Access to capital remains a major challenge. What financing models can be introduced to support farmers, SMEs, and processors in the cassava value chain in Ogbomoso?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I think the answer will be the same whether you are doing cassava or cashew or anything. You know, first of all, for most of the farmers, they have a problem in terms of security. You know? So one of the ways they can actually get money is to form cooperatives. You know, so when you form cooperatives, you can co-guarantee yourselves. You know, in Bank of Industry, for instance, you know, there's a facility, 10 million to 20 million, that people can actually get by having two guarantors. But you'll be surprised. There was a time one bishop was looking for me when I was still MD of Bank of Industry in Abuja. So eventually, he saw me. So I said, why are you looking for me, sir? He said, well, he has a problem in his church. He's a big bishop, you know. So there was a young man in his church that wanted to go into barbing salon business and things like that, who needed 7 million. So they told him that you can get 10 million naira in Bank of Industry if you have two guarantors. So the bishop guaranteed the young man in his church. But the young man couldn't get facility from Bank of Industry. Why? Because the requirement was two guarantors, and bishop was one guarantor. And the bishop had gone around in his own church, as big as the church was, to look for a co-guarantor. Nobody was willing to guarantee the young man. So he was looking for me to waive the requirement for a second guarantor. So I said, sir, if you have a church as big as you have that church, I know you know a bishop of a lot of churches, and you are the only person in your church that wants to guarantee this particular young man, there must be a problem. You'll be surprised that most people cannot get two guarantors. Because when you're asking for two guarantors, you say, well, all they have to do, fill the form to be a guarantor. But then they have to put their statement of net worth. So if the guy defaults, they are going to pay. So if people that know you don't trust you, why do you expect people who don't know you to trust you? So to answer the question directly, they can form cooperatives. The bank of dad and mom is always the first bank to go to. If you want to start business, as a student and things like that, there'll be one uncle that believes in you. Sometimes it's not your father. Maybe because your parents know you. You were very troublesome when you were very young. But it's an uncle in the family. So that is the place to start. Don't start with bank loans. And then don't go and borrow these monies that, nowadays people go and borrow money. They use their phone as security. And when they default, your pastor will get to know because they will write to the pastor and everybody on your phone list. You have gone to borrow money at 5% flat per month. What kind of business are you going to do that you can generate that kind of return? Something is wrong. So that's not the way to go about it. And this idea of having cooperatives and having people, like he has said, most people go into farming business. Government has supported a lot of these schemes. They have failed in the past. If you go and borrow money to buy equipment to be making gari, for instance, and you go and get equipment for maybe 1 million naira, you don't have enough cassava to even crush. There's a problem. Then you have to pay for NEPA. But if you are together in an area, so what we are just discussing that the Sean is doing with all our royal fathers here is a very important topic. And I believe that the Sean is going to take it up with some of the fathers here. If Ogbomoso can decide, and it doesn't matter the cost of the land. If you can come together as a group, the royal fathers, and say, okay, we will give you 250 hectares, but our cost is 5 million. Let them know it's 5 million. But let not it be that one king will wake up tomorrow and reverse what has been done before. If people know what, people will come and invest. Cashew is good business. Somebody would like to have land in Ogbomoso that they can probably have a lot of cashew that is being grown. Cashew will bring you a lot of money. And like you said, Ogbomoso is in a place where you can do cashew, you can do cassava, you can do other things. You can do a lot of businesses. But land is very important. And they need a lot of land. Because you have a lot of land, you can have machinery there, you can be processing for a lot of people, that is how, and then government can even come in and do infrastructure. Because one of the things that people want to go into farming, you talk of agri-farming. Young people now go and buy land in a very distant place. When it comes to harvest time, before they can evacuate what they have already produced, it is rotting. Or they don't even have money to even pay for transport. But if you can centralize it, you can reduce the cost, everybody will make money, and Ogbomoso will develop. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. A better round of applause for the former MD, back of industry. I think it was honoring to have your contribution on this very important subject matter. Our leaders of industries again, our captains of sectors, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our guests of honor. I would like to please apologize to us that we would not be able to take questions as our time is fast spent. But of course, you could meet up with our panelists during the networking session, walk up to them, they are very accessible, ask your questions, and I'm very sure they will be more than glad to answer our questions. We should take 3 questions. Kabesi said we should take 3 questions. Thank you very much, sir. All right, the people that have their numbers already, please make your way to the front very quickly. But first, we'll be taking questions from our royal father by my right. And I'll be passing the microphone to him. All right, thank you.
Actually not asking a question. I think based on everything I've listened to, I want to say that they are challenging us. If we think that nobody surrounding our gomo, okay, I will give you an example. I bet if I go into our wardrobes, our cupboards in our kitchen, what will I find? I will find more spaghetti and indomie than I will find elubo. And how do you think this is going to work? Sherry, ibiti gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ yìí wà, gbogbo wa ló bá wí o, a lè jókòó ká máa gbọ́ nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ. But it is really not what is going to work. We must believe in ourselves. We must believe in our ability to create. So, about the so the panelists, thank you very much. To the commissioner from Osun State, I am a dual citizen. I am Ogbomoso and Iwo. But the Lord bless us. I'm sure that what we've listened to, the Olongogon TV Owosi, and Tabakuro Nibiba Eleni, Afishe Iwahu. Modukweo.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much, our royal father. I think that was more of a contribution and it was very profound. And next question will go to this young man in yellow behind you, sir. He was number one. Please ask your questions very short and precise.
My question is that concerning the way we want to make cashew the best produce from Ogbomoso, what about other foodstuffs from Ogbomoso? Will focusing on cashew only not cause decline in produce of other things like yam? Because where I came from, a lot of farmers have already used their land for cashew, and the cashew is covering those yam, maize that are under. So they are majorly focusing on cashew, and they are not producing other agricultural foodstuff again like before. So what can we do concerning that too?
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him.
Okay. Thank you very much. Every crop is important because each one is unique in itself. There's what we call balanced diet. So we cannot eat just cashews. Of course, cashew has very huge earning capacity. And an average farmer, like we said, like my brother said, it's agribusiness. So for a farmer to go into a particular line, he will have done his mathematics to see that at the end of the day, there's the ROI is not only worth it, but also that's where it's getting the highest. You understand what I'm saying? So it's possible that when they've done their mathematics, the ROI supports more, cashew more. And that's why you are saying that there's a spotlight on it. So I'm just giving you an example. Before you go into production of anything in agriculture, when you are talking about agribusiness, you have to do your comparative analysis. Because at the end of the day, if you want to do it big time and you are going to be involving capital, you hear the speaker talking about capital, you must be able to do your calculation to see that not only are you going to break even, but you are also able to make profit to reinvest. You're able to pay all your costs or your expenses. But having said that, other products are important. The food crops are important. So, but I believe that Ogbomoso is also a big producer of yam. When we travel, we see. So I'm not sure that the yam producers they're producing. Maybe you want them to produce more. Maybe you like yam. So maybe we'll call on the yam producers, please do more.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. A round of applause for him. The summary of everything he has said is that is the reason for the cluster. That is the reason for the cluster. Thank you very much, sir.
Kabisio, I want to thank God for your life and for your leadership. This is, even to academic mind, it's a whole lot of things you are doing here. And like the earlier speaker has spoken, if you want to clap, please clap. Before I go into my question, I think what the boy is talking about is what you are addressing at the later part of your contribution. There are something we call comparative advantage and comparative analysis. But what he's saying is most of the cashew plantations do not encourage other undergrowth. You can't plant any other thing under, and so it's affecting the output of yam vis-a-vis the consumption, even the local environment. And so if you have to go and buy yam to bring into Ogbomoso, it will be of no benefit when you have the land for it and you cannot produce for it. And I think the committee will work on that by calculating first the consumption of yam here and know how much land to dedicate to farming of yam to solve your problem. My question is really to beg the chiefs and obas that are around Ogbomoso. When KBC first came and said he was not interested in land issue, I was like, KBC, with time you understand why you need land. And he said, Prof, I am not interested in anybody's land. If I want to build a house, I will buy the land. And I think that is funny. It's not common among the kings in this environment who can even kill to take another kingdom's land so that they can sell. Some live on land. But I want to beg, because in economics, I'm an agricultural economist, that's my background. I'm a professor of resource economics. So if you want to sell land today, and you won't think of land banking, in 10 years' time, the land you sell at 250 today, you can't buy with 2.5 million. But if you allow such land, even as holding or lease under a solid agreement or conditions with the paramount ruler, the Imperial Majesty, for people to farm and be paying royalty, you will realize that what you'll be getting per year will almost be equal to amount to sell the land, and you are still the owner of your land even after 20 years' time. So why selling when you can use this for productive purposes that will benefit your people, they will earn better income, and the land will still belong to your kingdom even in 10, 20 years' time. So I want to appeal to Riades to please not only come here to listen, but to have a rethink and go into a solid agreement with the paramount ruler on how best to lease the land, freeing their land for production purposes, just as Pastor Peter has just submitted. Because if you give the land is the major issue. Even the cashew count in the Ogbomoso is dwindling. The tree standings are not as many as before anymore. Those that are standing are already old. When they are vegetative seedlings, that can even be start yielding in 3-4 years. And you will still be earning. So please, let's support this is dream and make sure that it affects our people so that per capita income of an average Ogbomoso man will be different from the neighboring state. God will help us. Then that takes me to the last issue I want to discuss. Even when we have the land, there are security issues around us. But I know, our fathers here knows, the house I came from, Ile Sokoto, Nijeru, in my father's house, you can't even enter and steal. You won't go out till morning. You will just be sweeping till daybreak. So these are cultural. Thank you. This town itself called Ogbomoso, there are something very close to the palace that they call Ogun Ojalu. It was sacrificial of our forefathers to secure this town from invaders. So what has happened? That all the farm settlement are dreadful environment to go into now because of security challenges. Our fathers, Imam, you are here. Oh, Pastor, you are here. We have a cultural approach we can adopt that nobody will threaten our lands and farmer. Let's wake up and do it. God bless us.
Hello. Thank you very much, sir. I can say you are working in the spirit, sir, because part of the question that was sent here, your contribution has actually addressed it. And that brings us to the end of this panel session. My name is Muturayo Oyeyode Msedaface. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take questions again, but we can meet the panelists after this session for questions they are going to respond to us. Thank you so much for coming down here. It's such a great honor to have you here. Esther.
Thank you very much. Our guest of honor, you must agree with me that this conversation was indeed pertinent as long as the Ogbomoso agricultural sector is concerned. And as you can see, it was very engaging and very interactive. Please, a round of applause for our panelists, as I would like to pose for pictures now. And I'd like to invite our photographers and our media guys to please take pictures of our panelists. Thank you very much. So please, if you have any more questions, you can walk up to our panelists and ask them questions. They are indeed accessible. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, our panelists. My name remains Ogunkola Ifeoluwa Esther, and it was indeed an honor steering the conversation on this panel. With a round of applause for our anchors as they take the stage after us.
Thank you very much for a job well done. Right, please permit me to do a few recognitions. The chaplain of the palace, Reverend Owade, thank you very much for being here. He led the opening prayer yesterday. Yes, please, let's go ahead and celebrate him. Thank you very much. Right, we have the Nigerian Baptist Theological Seminary President, Professor Stephen Ola Anyokeye, being ably and duly represented by Reverend Soji Ojo, Reverend Dr. Precious Oyebanji, Dr. Ruth Okunwade, and Mrs. Florence Anyobisi. Please let's appreciate them for coming.
All right, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on the Less Advocate Group for their pitching in 2 to 3 minutes.
No, just a second before that happens. Just a second. We have a goodwill message that we quickly want to take, and right after that, she will come up to do her pitching. The person I'm going to invite is a retired regional general manager of Southwest Airports, comprising Ibadan, Akure, Benin, and Ilorin. She's the first female airport manager of Muritala Mohammed Airport, Ikeja, Lagos. She's a daughter of the soil. Please let's welcome Mrs. Shinaba Victoria Bamidele as she comes to give a goodwill message. All right, let's have the pitching, please. Invite that company.
A round of applause for the Les Advocate Group.
Our chief host and visionary, His Imperial Majesty, the Shoun of Ogbomoso land, Kabiyesi, our distinguished dignitaries, captains of industries, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you so much, sir, for this opportunity. One thing I've learned growing up in Nigeria is that talent is not our problem. As a young girl, I had lofty dreams, big ideas that would have gone a long way. But all of those ceased to happen. And that was because I didn't have the right opportunities, the right environment, the boldness, the audacity. I didn't have the right mentorship to put that all into shape. And you see, I've met with people who received funding for brilliant business ideas These ideas had the potential to gain global relevance, but these businesses collapsed after 1 year. And that's not because the businesses were not capable or the people who had the businesses were not capable enough to grow them. But it happened because they didn't have the right networking opportunities. They didn't have the right environment and the right mentorship to help them scale the business into gaining global relevance. The land of Ogbomoso, as we see, has great potential. I see a city with fertile soil, untapped potentials, people who are resilient and creative. There's vast resource in this land of Ogbomoso. But with the right partnership, strategic partnership, the right mentality, the right mentorship, all of these vast resources can be converted into a sustainable economy that will gain global relevance. And that is why we have the Global Economy Leadership Forum, which is an initiative under Les Avocats. The Global Economy Leadership Forum was birthed with a vision that individuals, cities, have the right potential. They have lots of potential in them to gain global relevance and become global economic players. And you see, we are here today talking about unlocking the potentials in the economic potentials in Ogbomoso land. And I believe that if we work together alongside with the king, we will be able to harness this potential. Now, the Global Economy Leadership Forum over the past year has raised individuals who have birthed businesses who are thriving. These businesses are thriving globally. The Global Economy Leaders Forum in the past month hosted a 1-month virtual mind management program where we had educators, not just from Nigerian universities, but from various universities all around Africa. We had the ASU president, the ASU vice president, we had professors, VCs, lecturers, teachers. All of them came together to attend this mind management program that we had, and it's yielded in massive results. We also had 2 of our mentored members from the forum go represent Nigeria in the Nelson Mandela Moot Court competition in Sweden. These are just some of the results that we've had from Les Avocats and the trainings that we give to youths, not just to be players in Nigeria, but also to become global economy players. And today, we are here. The Global Economy Leadership Forum is here to work with you, our dear King, sir. So we are inspired by your vision. We are inspired by your passion. We are inspired by the drive that you have for this great city. And we are here to work with you to build this economy, the economy of Ogbomoso land, to not just be producers, but also to be exporters, to also work with the available resources that are available here in Ogbomoso, to thrive on these resources and build an economy that will gain global relevance. And so, sir, we are proposing that you give us 1,000 youths to train for you, sir. If you can give us 2 weeks, just 2 weeks, you will see remarkable change. And this is our proposal, dear sir. And we want to work with you in building an economy that will last and thrive in the global space. My name is Kesefia Green, on behalf of Les Avocats. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Kabiesi, sir, and all our distinguished guests and our honorable fathers. Thank you so much. In addition to what she spoke about, we also run other training programs for people in different sectors, beyond the educational sector, and also in the real estate, in the remote workers, and other sectors in Nigeria and beyond. And we also have, for those in tech, I'm sure most of us have heard about blockchain technology. If you've heard about it, just wave your hands. Great. Blockchain technology is the future of finance and innovation. Blockchain technology is providing solutions in different sectors. Our esteemed panelists spoke about agriculture. harnessing the potentials in agriculture here in Ogbomoso. And our organization is set to train at least 1,000 youths, just like she said, in blockchain technology here in Ogbomoso, if our king would give us the permission to do so. Honestly, we have actually had trainings for people in different states in Nigeria, and we are here in Ogbomoso to do the same. We had a SWAD club in different universities, in Abuja, in Niger State, in Benue State, and also in Osun State. And here in Ogbomoso, we're going to be having several trainings as well for those in the universities and in the community. And so for 1,000 youths, just 1,000 youths, when we train them, you're going to see the changes and transformation, not just in their lives, but also in the economy of Ogbomoso Kingdom. We are indeed greatly inspired by your vision for the kingdom and for the entire Ogbomoso land. And we believe that the people, when they take these trainings, they are going to see remarkable changes in their lives. Everybody wants to see changes. Everybody wants to see development and improvement. And the global economy, we from the Global Economy Leadership Forum are here to bring that change to you. And we're going to be very, very grateful, sir, if you would give us this opportunity. Thank you so much for this privilege to give our presentation. We are most grateful. Thank you.
And with that being said, I'll just kindly ask if we have any question so we can just briefly take them. Okay, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Majesty, sir, and all other dignitaries. My question is this: what are the criteria needed for this training? And after the training, what are you going to do for them? There are some other training, when they finish, they empower them by one way or the other. What are your organization do to support the trainers? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question, sir. For the blockchain training that we plan to bring, the criteria is simple. You don't really need to have any education on blockchain technology before you take the lead into the blockchain space. We will be offering basic education on blockchain technology that you can even use in the agricultural sector as well, and even in other sectors if you're interested in other sectors. And after the training, for the young people, like one of the speakers spoke about how young people need to start making money, especially students, from the universities. And from our organization, we are going to teach them how to make their first $500 in the blockchain space in 1 month. That is one of the benefits that they would get after this training. Their first $500, we're going to teach them how to make it in the blockchain space right after the training. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful opportunity.
Just to add, you can actually meet us at the exhibition stand and we'll answer more of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the Les Advocate Group. Yes, so I would also like to call on Mr. Abdusalam Ismail Mugbatolong, the Secretary of Ogbomoso District Produce Buyers and Sellers Association. Please welcome with me to the stage, Mr. Mugbatolong.
Please, we have just very few minutes to get this done. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, sir. His Excellency, Governor of our state, Engineer Oluseyi Abiodun Makinde, the Commissioner, President there from Osun State, His Imperial Majesty, Afolabi Olaoye Orumagege III, another protocol. I'm here today to represent Ogbomoso and District Produce Buyer Association, Oyo State, Nigeria, for the unlocking the economic potential cashew industry for common gain of all the approach, challenge, and the realities.
introduction. It is my pleasure to record the appreciation of the Ogbomoso and district produced by our association for the rare preference to present this paper. The summit is both timely and historical need to address basic issue on cashew industry economic transformation. Cannot be later than now. It is incontestable that the cashew industry holds sway as the critical agricultural span of Ogbomoso, particularly and Oyo State general. Industrialization places an premium on cashew nut from Ogbomoso soil more than anywhere in the world. Threshold issue on Ogbomoso cashew industry. At harvest and timing, populace are intensely engaged and private gathering. Only with wide and utilized land and ready manpower policy, market, and capital of industry can intervene in minimize an unemployment and the high crime rate. Only we noted the federal government drive an agricultural diversification and the poverty alleviation and believe the National Agricultural Development Fund can be changed to promote the cashew industry. Approach to the optimal exploration. Firstly, the fund as a limited has to be bring and baseline and produce certain sun-dry and bargain before exportation. Only we call on distinguished personality, captain of industry, agricultural stakeholder, and invest their resources and build cashew factory in Ogbomoso. Exporting and optimally from the cashew industry, the penalty for consuming transformation, only with factory place we can produce cashew juice, cashew nut, break pad, and dye from the cashew kernel seed. Only through the cashew exportation, farmers have the benefit, treasury, and it is as we boosted foreign income to our land. Only we support the continuously exportation of raw cashew nut, but insist the government should empower cashew industry to rise machinery for advanced exportation. Rule of research and the policy. It is behalf the raw cashew nut, cashew material research and development council to look into area for optimal exploration in secondary processing. Only the pushing the pause by the same entity to control raw cashew export is diversionary informed and not people friendly. Challenge cashew industry that we are facing here in Ogbomoso and everywhere around the world. Financing. Weak of currency demand more capital to stay in business loan from bank. High unfriendly interest rates from bank. Unfriendly business environment. Poor road network to plantation increase production cost. And foreigner manipulate price and crash the market, creating crisis between farmer and local buying agent, LBA. Challenges in our cashew industry. Poor storage, lack of proper storage facility allow foreigner to advantage of low price given to our LBA and merchants and so on. Infiltration of farm gate. Foreigner bypass regulation, build warehouse, and they buy direct from farmer, forcing local agents out of the business in our land and our environment. The reality of economy transformation. Cashew industry, if well and turned and given government support, can transform economy by agricultural diversification. Cashew research will not lose their value. Whoever attempt to control exportation will do more harm than good. Processor who face long storage, high interest rates, and loss of interest among primary producer, leading to unemployment in our rural area. Reality of the economic transformation. Cashew industry, if well and not on and giving government support, can transform economic and by agricultural diversification. Cashew nut will not lose their value. Whoever attempt to control exportation will not more harm than good. Processor who face long storage, interest rate, and loss of interest among primary producer, leading to unemployment for our people. Reality of the economic transformation. Government financial institution, captain of industry and agricultural stakeholder must encourage more growth of cashew plantation in our Ogbomoso land here and our environment. Only with gather availability of nut processor can operate without hunting baseline farmer our exportation and exporter. Nigeria is trying other obviously players in cashew industry. Likewise in Ogbomoso here, our cashew is the best cashew all over the world. And we call all our peoples, our elders, fathers, and we call government support to please support our industry fully, and we will reward. When you support our industry, cashew, we gain a lot, and our IGR will be improved and increased morally. A lot more are required from government, stakeholder, and corporate bodies to support our industry, cashew industry, fully, and to make us to grow. And I promise the government, wherever it starts with us and support us, our industry will improve our IGR so that everything will be going up in our country and our Ogbomoso land and environment. May God bless Ogbomoso, bless our state, bless Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you, Ogbomoso and District Farm Produce Buyers and Sellers Association, and thank you for the support. Thank you for believing in the Ogbomoso Economic Summit and Exhibition. Thank you for your practical partnership to make this happen. Thank you, and God bless you. Please permit me to recognize the presence of Honorable Kayode Malomo, CEO Malomzi Art Multimedia, here in Africa and in the United States. Thank you for gracing this occasion. Thank you, sir. Please let's make him feel welcome. We are very warm people in Ogbomoso, very accommodating. Also, I'd like to quickly recognize the presence of the Bioresources Development Center, Ogbomoso under National Biotechnology Research and Biomedical and Development Center. Also, Technology Incubation Center under Ministry of Science and Technology. Thank you for being here. Again, Mr. Abdusalam Ismail Mugbotolong, the secretary who just left here, thank you for your contribution to the Ogbomoso Economic Summit and Exhibition. Right, without further ado, I'd like to invite very quickly for a goodwill message, a daughter of the soil. She's Omoile Ikoyodon, retired regional general manager of Southwest Airports, comprising Ibadan, Akure, Benin, and Ilorin. The first female airport manager of Muritala Mohammed Airport, Ikeja, Lagos. Please let's put our hands together for Mrs. Shin Abba Victoria Bamidele as she comes to deliver her goodwill message. We can do better. This is the daughter of the soil. Omoliko Yodon.
Thank you. God bless you. Greetings to my fathers. Greetings to the Imperial Majesty. I will mention your name just like the chairman said. The Shoun of Ogbomoso land. Yes, I'm the daughter of the land. A proud one. A proud one. A proud one. Everybody that knows me during my career knows that I'm from Ogbomoso. I say it everywhere and I allow people to know that, yes. So, Kabiyesi, I appreciate you and Chairman. I appreciate you for this opportunity of giving me the mic to say a goodwill message at this August occasion of the Ogbomoso Economic Summit. The Royal Majesty, sir, I want to appreciate your vision, mission, and the way you are carrying Ogbomoso along. Yeah, I started following you when this Obashi came on YouTube and all your stories. I followed everything and I grew interest in it. And when the carnival came last year, I wasn't around and it really pained me because I saw pictures of people, my friends. And this year I said, yes, I must be part of this because I'm a daughter of the soil. So thank God through Yellow Day and whatever, I joined a group of eminent Ogbomoso people, and to the glory of God, I will be there. Now, this is a laudable program, a progressive one, that will put our town, Ogbomoso, in the annal and in the map of the world. And in one of the speeches, to quote Kabiyesi, they should not say, how did they put it? Like Ogbomoso will join anything. Ogbomoso is compare another one. So you can't just compare Ogbomoso to any town. Ogbomoso is up there and is a town to be looked up to. And I want to believe from all this that we are doing and saying, we're going to go to a higher level. And God bless you, sir. The 25-year program is a laudable one. And I pledge and I said today, any committee that you think I can be part of, I'm ready to serve in whatever capacity as a daughter of Ogbomoso. And one thing is, yes, I retired 2022, but I want to believe I'm still relevant in aviation. After retirement, I formed an aviation consulting and training company. And currently, I'm part of people consulting for Osun State. So the day táwa náà bá fẹ́ kọ́ cargo airport l'Ogbomoso, ẹ lọ́mọ tó máa consult o, free of charge. I want to give you that. So if tomorrow we want to construct a cargo airport, it is not impossible. Yes, I'm ready. But in the meantime, I want to pledge my support too that anytime we have any thing that has to do with diaspora, like Ogbomoso, anything that has to do with people from diaspora coming to Nigeria, please, I will want to submit myself as our protocol officer. I want to make their movement in and out of Nigeria easy. Someone that has managed the largest airport in Sub-Saharan Africa. And so I'm here. Let me know. I'm going to do it. There are some, the way we do it, we even advertise whatever it is, because we're going to have a banner at the airport and where people will see it. Apart from people coming in, that we have an easy way in and out, we'll still advertise that we are doing something in Ogbomoso. I pledge to do that anytime we have such opportunity. So this is just what I need to say. God bless Seun Imperial Majesty. God bless Ogbomoso, Oyo State, and Nigeria as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Shin Abba, Victoria Bamidele, a daughter of the soil. Very quickly, I'm going to invite to the microphone for the next agenda on the program. Of course, we are going to have the inauguration of the Ogbomoso Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the inauguration of the Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, Ogbomoso branch. I'd like to invite to the microphone the Vice Chairman of the Local Organizing Committee of the Ogbomoso Economic Summit and Exhibition, the maiden edition, right here in Ogbomoso, Reverend Canon Professor Elijah Adebayo. Please let's make him feel welcome.
Can we put hands together for our KBSA, the Imperial Majesty, son of Ogbomoso, KBSA. We want to thank God for this opportunity, especially all what has happened here. When we started planning this program, we hope and believe in God, but we never know it will go as far as this. Can we then do something all together to please let me ask all of us to clap our hands together unto the Lord who made this to be possible. Let's do it better. Please, let's do it better. We are seeing a new Ogbomoso entirely. Things are turning around. Things are turning around. Things are turning around. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right now, we will go straight away as permitted by Imperial Majesty to the inauguration of the association in the land. We have heard so much about this that it is very important that when you are having a business, you must belong into an association that will definitely can lift you up, that can help you, either in terms of funding, in terms of marketing, or any other area. I know most of them will stay, many of these associations will still come up, but we are happy that we are having to be relaunched or inaugurated here this morning or this day. The first one, it has been on for long, and they have been so effective. But I felt there's still a need to put more energy into what we have been doing. That is one of the reasons why Imperial Majesty requested that it should be rebranded in a way that it will be able to carry on with this vision. And that is Ogbomoso Chambers of Commerce and Industry, the arm of the Oyo State and the national. Kabeshi will be inaugurating the caretaker committee of that association today. When you permit me to call all people that are going to be inaugurated before I invite the KBSA to do that, or to do it from where he is. It depends on how our Father chooses to do that. The caretaker committee for the Ogbomoso Commerce and Industry, the chairperson or president will be Mrs.
Please, as I call their name, they will join me in here. They will be here. When I call the Nasme will be here. So that we do it at once. The president is Mrs. Kikelomo Adigbola. Let's put hands together as Mama come to the front. Kike Fabric, let's put hands together. I will not want to waste my time. The first vice chairman is Mr. Banji Ojo. Mr. Banji Ojo. Is Mr. Banji Ojo here? Okay, please, let's put hands together. Second vice is Chief Olale Ekpekun Armstrong. Chief Olale Ekpekun Armstrong. Please, let's put hands together. Let's put hands together. We have the treasurer, Mr. Sunday Ademola. Mr. Sunday Ademola. Where's Mr. Sunday Ademola? Okay, we have the National Youth Entrepreneur Coordinator that belongs to that committee also. Adeniro Adebayo Babatunde. Adeniro Adebayo Babatunde. Please kindly join the committee. And the last but not the least is Ayanda Retiovelos Temitayo. Ayanda Retiovelos Temitayo. Please, when we are doing this, I will call Dr. Gbadero. I don't know if Baba is also here. If it is not here, every member of Ogbomoso Chambers of Commerce and Industry that are in this hall, so please join the committee so that they will not be here alone. Please, are we here? Please, let's join them so that we stay together with them. All right? The second association, that is Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, Ogbomoso branch. Kabesi, permit me to call one of our father who is passionately working on this area, and he has been on it for years. I think today has become a dream fulfilled. And I know Baba will be very, very happy. So the announcement will be in the right side so that we will not miss the two together. Permit me to call Prince Orimadegun Agboade. Prince Orimadegun, let's put hands together. Let's put hands together. Baba was so passionate about it. Thank you. He has been the national chairman for years of this association in Nigeria. National chairman of NASME, and he has tried so much. Again, we are so lucky to have in the house today one of the eminent in this association in Nigeria. I also want him to join before I invite the entire association to come to the podium. That is Dr. Prince Ajisefini Ayodeji Tajudin. Let's put hands together. Please put hands together. Let's put hands together. Let's put hands together. Then permit me to call the executive arm. I will call them immediately after that. All the members will come. I will be calling you. The coordinator, Okunlola Joel Alabi, where I say, let's put hands together. Okunlola Joel Alabi. Secretary, Adetunji Adeyemi Adedimeji. Adetunji Adeyemi. Thank you. Please, let's encourage them. Let's encourage them. Treasurer, Ajadi Olusegun Adewale. Ajadi Olusegun Adewale. Financial Secretary, Saka Fumilola. Saka Fumilola. Saka Fumilola. Public Relations Officer, Pukbola John Olabisi. Please, let's put hands together for these people. Project Coordinator, Comrade Fajoye Amzat Oyelere. Amzat Oyelere. Welfare Secretary, Odunide Odunola Beatrice. Please, let's put hands together. And I employ all the members of NASME to come behind their leaders. Please put your hands together and let's come and stand behind them. Imperial Majesty, sir. Yes. Sorry. 1 minute, please. We also have here the NASME people from the state level. They have been here since yesterday, and they have about 4 people represented the executive at the state level. Please, if I didn't mention your name one after the other, I want to employ that the representative of Nigeria Association of Small and Medium Enterprises at state level, so please rise and join. These are wonderful. Okay, they are here already. Thank you, please. Thank you. Let's put hands together for them. Sincerely, they have been here since yesterday morning. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you. We really appreciate you. We have Chief Kola Akosile, the ESCO member, the chairman of NASIMA, is also here. Well, we thank you and we welcome you. Thank you very much. Now, His Imperial Majesty, sir, I hereby present the two associations for your inauguration. Please, can we get the Imperial Majesty the microphone? Okay.
Thank you so much. One of the things that is imperative for us as a people is that we need to uphold the values of what makes an Ogbomoso man or an Ogbomoso woman. There are two major things about us. We say we are a land of valiance, which means that we are courageous people. The next thing that Ogbomoso people are known for is that we are entrepreneurs, which is why we are scattered all over the world. The courageous spirit merged with the spirit of entrepreneurship. And that's why Ogbomoso people have been restless. And all they have done over the years is to have gone to take territories. But you can't go and take other people's territories when your home is not strong. So the purpose of inaugurating the Chambers of Commerce and NASIMA is that it's time for us to strengthen the home base and to strengthen our home, and for us to think once again about Ogbomoso. This land has to reflect the people who we are, and it has to reflect our valiancy and our industrialist spirit. And so I believe that what we are doing also today is sowing that seed, which we will nurture until it becomes a major tree that people will come and take shadow under it. And so what we are doing is just not another ceremony to us. And just listening to the panelists and seeing the things that we can become as a town is very, very inspiring for me. And so I want these two groups to see themselves as catalysts for developing Ogbomoso into a viable commercial center that will be an example for many towns. And so today, as we inaugurate these two groups, I want us to know it's not just being part of an association, it is a call to duty. And it's supposed to be the foundation of where the business here and commerce here will be built upon. It's very important for us to know that, so that we're not just putting people together for us to be part of something. We are putting people together to be part of developing the commerce, the business, the industries of this land. So as we inaugurate you today, we inaugurate you for the work you are going to do and that which land you are going to take and that territories you are going to take. I believe that you will put together an enduring structure that will outlive all of us who are witnessing it today. Not a weak structure, not a selfish structure, but a structure that will be very enduring, that will be able to weather whatever storm will come, and that this will outlive all of us, like I've said. So we inaugurate you today, and we believe very strongly that we will start to witness the work that you are going to do. That people who want to come and do things in this town, they will get a lot of wealth of knowledge from you. They will get a lot of wealth of support from you. And that you will start to work, that when they talk about Ogbomoso Chambers of Commerce, Ogbomoso Nesema, it will be an example for people. Thank you very much. You are today inaugurated.
Let's put hands together. Please put your hands together. Thank you. Thank you, our father in the land. And I congratulate both associations on their inauguration. Because of our time, we have the national representative of Chamber of Commerce and Industry here, Chief Kole Akosile. In the next 1 minute, we want him to appreciate our father. And when I will also give a microphone to a representative, maybe from the state level, or our father, Orimadegun, we do that. But please, just an appreciation of 1 minute. Thank you.
Imperial Majesty, I stand here on behalf of our national president, Engineer Jani Ibrahim, to appreciate your focus and interest in the economic development of Ogbomoso land. You were at Ilorin during his inauguration, and I met you, I spoke with you, and luckily I'm here today to stand in for him. You are putting action to the world. I can assure you that at national level, the application of Ogbomoso Chamber of Commerce is already there. At CAC, we are going to assist to accelerate this so that Ogbomoso Chamber of Commerce comes to the national level, so it can be exposed to international and national issues. On behalf of that, I want to thank you very much for this. Thank you very much, Kabiyesi.
Please, let's celebrate him. Let's put hands together. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shiva Kosale. Okay, on behalf of the Nasmet Prince, Rimadegun will be doing that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Kabiyesi. Without wasting time, my joy is filled today, fully. In 2019, when we started this, 2020, when I was the national president, we got, okay, thank you. This was the program prepared to do the inauguration. That is on March 31st, 2020. But for whatever reason, we are not looking back, Kabiyesi, and we are giving you our awards. And I want to thank you so much, sir. Now, as divine connection will make it, Adishefini is our zonal vice president for North Central. And is a council member for which for the national that I led for 4 years. And up to today, as immediate past president, I'm still in the council. So what I'm assuring us all is that we will do our best. I'm talking on behalf of the coordinator, because we have, please signify so that they can see you. Right? So that's the coordinator, right? And the officials were also named, and they are doing their best. Their names have even gone through Oyo State. I'm coming to you. Through Oyo State to national. And we will fuel this up by the grace of God, and we will see the deliverables that we mentioned, that at the end of this exercise, we should have something to point at. These are ESCO of Oyo State chapter. Chief Missy, okay, before that, well, Adishefini has proved himself, okay? So he's still a council member, and by the virtue that Kabiyesi brought you here, you are now going to work hand in hand with my people here. I know. He said confirm. Say it loud.
Confirm the 100%.
Thank you. So he's going to handhold them. And there are other suggestions that we come to Kabiyesi through Prof, so that we will set this up. I want to also say, okay, before then, this is the new Tiaroba president. He was appointed only last month. So we've not done this swearing in. All of us will be in Ibadan. So the financial secretary. Your name is?
Dr. Mrs. Olayemi Olubukola.
Thank you.
Financial secretary.
Okay, please, your name?
Chief Mrs. Omotunde Ayokoya.
Thank you. And then the immediate past president, immediate past chair, the national is the president. We have 36 states. Each of them has a state chapter chairman. And we have 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. Each geopolitical zone has a deputy zonal vice president, which Atisefini is the North Central. Right? Immediate past chair of Oyo State. And
new secretary.
New secretary, incoming. So, Kabiyesi, we want to say that it's a membership organization. They are not there by themselves to wine and dine. No. Why they are here, like you rightly say, sir, is that all of us, members, please join and register. Baba wa sọ fún wa pé èjò tó bá rìn lọ́kọ̀ọ̀kan ó lọ máa ráyé ń pa. By the time we come together, Dr. Peter knows us very well. Ditto for the current MD of BOI. So please, if you are interested, it's not by force. Join. Yesterday I went out. I'm sorry to take time.
Yes, thank you very much. Join any of the association and ensure that you register your company.
Any more speech, please. We can't take any more speech. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So we need to move on very quickly. There is something we need to showcase right now, which is Kabiyesi's brainchild. And this is very, very important. It is called the Women Cooperative Initiative. And so, Kabiyesi is a lover of the people. And so, what we're about to showcase now is something to empower, especially the women, And to flag that off, I would like to invite to the microphone very quickly the team lead, Office of the 25 Years Development Committee. Please let's feel welcome, Mr. Moboluwaji Ige. Please let's make him feel welcome.
Let's encourage him, please.
Your Imperial Majesty, sir, and please allow me to stand on the existing protocol. My assignment here is quick. Last year, His Imperial Majesty had a discussion with Mrs. Ibukun Awosika. And one of the things that we have seen is to help women that are in business. And we started early last year, and which we were able to help 28 women to have a cooperative society where we help them for their businesses. So today we want to, thank you, you can clap. And today we are going to empower another 54 women today in their businesses, courtesy of His Imperial Majesty. So I'm going to have the presentation right now to help them in their business. So it's a cooperative society where we give them a little bit to help their businesses and to help improve their businesses. So, Mr. Peter, can I have it? I want to invite Chief Mrs. Rebecca Oluwakemi for the presentation, the Yaludi of Ogbomoso land, to present it for these women. Please, we want the representatives of these women to come to the front. His Imperial Majesty will be helping these women in the 5 local governments with a sum of 9.8 million for their business. And I want to invite Mrs. Chief Mrs. Rebecca Oguntari, the Yaludi of Ogbomoso land, to present it. Can we have the women from this local government? They are the ones coming out. Please, let's jam our hands together as they come to the front. So.
Your Majesty, sir. On behalf of His Imperial Majesty, Oba Gandhi Afolabi Olaoye, I'm presenting this check to Women Cooperative Initiative, the sum of 9,800,000 naira only. Please listen, please, everybody. I think you all understand English. Eh? Yes. Please listen to me. Okay. Okay. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ gbogbo lé, ẹ gbọ́ mi dáadáa. Àwa a ní bàbá. Bàbá o, bàbá o, bàbá o. Olúwa dá bàbá sí fún. Bàbá o, bàbá o, bàbá o. Olúwa dá bàbá sí fún wa. Kábíyèsí, ẹ ṣé. Àwọn obìnrin, ẹ gbọ́ mi dáadáa. Kábíyèsí ní àwọn fẹ́ káwọn ọmọ wa kàwé. Ara ìdí nìyí tí wọ́n fi rò pé káwọn ró obìnrin lágbára. Ìrónilágbára ti kábíyèsí èso olóṣèlú o. Kìí ṣe pówó ìjọba wọ́n lọ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ asòfin àbí wọ́n lọ national àbí anywhere or your state láti lọ kówó pé káwọn fún yín níbẹ̀. Òògùn ojú tiwọn lélẹ́yìí torí ìdàgbàsókè ìlú Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ yìí torí wọ́n ní àwọn ò ní jọba lórí olòṣì. Mo wá ń rọ̀ wá bá a bá ṣe ń gbowó yìí ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ á lò dáadáa. Èmi súnmọ́ kábíyèsí mo sì mọ bí wọ́n ṣe fẹ́ kórí fún ọmọ ìlú yìí kọ̀ọ̀kan. Ẹ má jẹ́ á gbowó yìí kánná ṣèyàwó.
ká wá lọ bẹ̀ pé ló lẹ powó aṣọ téèyàn bá ń tọ́mọ lọ́wọ́ èèyàn raṣọ o téèyàn bá ń tọ́mọ lọ́wọ́ ìtẹ́gbẹ́yàn bá ń ṣe èèyàn ṣe é ìgbà mò ń tọ́mọ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi ní ta góòdì tábà ní wá mú màá ní mi rà ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká fi ṣẹ́yìn kábíyèsí ẹ jẹ́ kẹ́lòmíì lè wá tẹ́yìn yìí bá ti bọ̀nà jẹ́ ẹlòmíì ò ní rọ́nà o mo gbàdúrà fún yín ọ̀nà yóò dáa owó yìí yóò di púpọ̀ owó yìí ẹ̀yin náà tún fi kọ́lé ẹ fi rán ọmọ lọ ìlú òyìnbó kábíyèsí really appreciate you sir God bless you sir.
Thank you very much. All right, please, before you go, Ewa, ẹ̀yin mọ́mú wa ẹ má ti lọ. Mo fẹ́ kẹ́ dárúkọ local government tí ẹ ti wá. Kẹ́ dárúkọ yín local government. Bóyá bí èèyàn from each local government. Representative from each local government.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Badamoshi Bashirat. I come from South Local Government, Onijeru Royal House.
Èmi ni Esther Akintoye ilé lágbẹ̀dù Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ ní South Local Government. South Local Government.
My name is Abdulatif Toibat from Ogbomoso South Local Government, Onijeru Palace.
My name is Akintoye Abosede from Ilelagbedu Ogbomoso.
My name is Olade Jemili, Ile Isapa Combine.
My name is Olatodun Ofisat from Ogbomoso South. From Lagbedu Palace.
My name is Victoria Ibrahim, láti Ajawa Ogolwa Local Government.
My name is Madinatu Badmus, Onijeru Layout.
My name is Oladotun Adeshewa from Ogoluwa Local Government, Ajawa.
My name is Motorayo Lawrence from Onijeru.
My name is Adidatu Badamus, Onijeru. Onijeru.
My name is Grace Olojede Olodunban Palace.
Thank you, Your Majesty. So, who? All right. So, I want you to know that, like I said when I started, we already have 28 women from Ogbomoso North. We are on the third cycle with them, and we have also helped them. In fact, for them, these ones are fortunate because for them, we started with 50K, 50,000 naira. So from 50,000, when we saw their commitment to the 50,000, we were able to return the money. We increased it to 100,000. So when they saw that, we saw that they are faithful with 100,000, we increased it again to 150,000. So they are on the third cycle now. So and those ones, the way we did it was that if you fail at any point in time to make remittance, to do what you're supposed to do, you'll be out of the team. So we are going to replace you. And so that's the same thing. Timove so far won ti won wa ni eni na eni tí ó bá ti ṣe dáadáa ọ̀nà adi ẹlòmíà wọlé láti dípò rẹ̀. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Each person mentioned their name and their local government. What's your own name? What's your local government?
My name is Mercy Ajibade from Ogbomoso South Local Government.
You are from Ogbomoso South Local Government. My name is Fred Akinola Elegbe. I'm from the local government of Dadiwa. So, zone me to the palace. Wọ́n ní owó yìí kì í ṣowó RMI Setia o. Kì í ṣowó ẹlẹ́gbẹ́jẹgbẹ́. Kì í dẹ̀ ṣowó Naira bet. Wọ́n ní kẹ́ fi ṣe nǹkan rẹ̀ kẹ́ fi ṣe okòwò ní. Kábíyèsí, ẹ ṣé gan, a dúpẹ́ sà. The next generation is learning a lot from you. God bless you, sir. So, over to you, Mercy.
Okay. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Kabiesi. Thank you, Kabiesi. When the righteous is in power, the people rejoice. Thank you for all that you do. Ladies and gentlemen, there are people who speak and you hear them. There are people who speak and you feel them. But then there is Mrs. Ibukun Awosika. Thank you. When she speaks, you shift. She's not just a woman of words. Thank you. But of impact, of wisdom, and only boldness. A woman who has built boardrooms. The first female chairperson of First Bank Nigeria, the very first. An accomplished entrepreneur, a respected author, a global speaker, and a nation builder. With deep admiration, please welcome the incredible, the inspiring, and the one and only Mrs. Ibukun Awosika.
She's inadvertently
Now
physically
Nigerian entrepreneur, business leader, author, and inspirational speaker. She is widely recognized as a trailblazer in the African business landscape and a strong advocate for ethical leadership, gender equality, and youth empowerment. She was the first female chairman of First Bank of Nigeria, one of the country's oldest and largest financial institutes, where she made history by breaking barriers in corporate world. She is the founder and former CEO of the Chia Central Group, a leading furniture manufacturing company that grew into a successful enterprise under a visionary leadership. Beyond business, Dr. Ibukun Awosika has served on the board of several global organizations, including the International Advisory Board, IESE Business School, Spain, and the Global Advisory Board of the Women in Management, Business and Public Service, WIN-BASE. She is also a co-founder of Women in Business, Management and Public Service, WIN-BASE, a platform dedicated to inspiring and empowering women in leadership. A graduate of chemistry from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Dr. Ibukun Awosika further sharpens her leadership skill through executive programs at prestigious institutions such as the IESE Business School, Lagos Business School, and Harvard Business School. She is the author of The Girls, Entrepreneurs, and Business is Way, where she shares her experiences and practical insights on faith-driven ethical business leadership, known for her integrity, passion, and commitment to mentoring young leaders. Dr. Ibukun Awosika continues to inspire millions across and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Dr. Ibukun Awosika.
Who are indigenous of Ogbomoso, and I was looking very much. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Particularly, I want to greet His Royal Majesty, the Shohun of Ogbomoso, Obagandi Lawi, a friend from school and now and forever, who is the Royal Majesty. And I have a number of friends who are indigenous of Ogbomoso, and I was looking very much to being in Ogbomoso, especially to support the vision of the Shohun, who has been tenacious in trying to find solutions that are key to the development of the people and the improvement of the lives of the citizens under his domain. We've talked about this in the past. We've discussed some solutions. I know that they've tested out some of those solutions, and I really was looking forward to being present for him and the people of Ogbomoso today to add my voice and my thoughts to all of the brilliant contributions that will be made today in the furtherance of the economic development of Ogbomoso land. Unfortunately, things didn't quite work out as I'd planned. All logistics plans made, everything and all of that to come in today and leave today. But nature takes its own route and we follow it when it does happen. So I apologize. I'm sure sometime in the future I'll find myself in Ogbomoso. That I can say. Now, the assignment is very clear. What the Showun is trying to do is to use all resources available, knowledge available, to try to build solutions that would transform the lives of his people. And my specific topic is how SME cooperatives can drive inclusive economic growth. Now, I remember a conversation that His Royal Majesty and I had, which is what led to this topic and all of that. And it came out of an experience that I had had. For the past 31 years, I've had the privilege of working with missionaries across Nigeria. I set up an organization at 31 or so to fund the work of missionaries and support them in every way that is possible, in order, as a Christian, for the gospel to reach the ends of the earth. And I remember one day, one of my missionaries came and he said to me, look, I have a lot of, and this was not even a field that was far in some bush. It's somewhere off the Lagos-Ibadan Express Road, some inside community along that axis. And he came and said, look, in my community where I work as a missionary, I have many converts, especially women, who, though they've given their lives and they're doing the work of the gospel, they don't have any economic resource. They're very poor and needy. And I'm trying to find a way to empower them, but I don't know how. And that's the solution that I'm seeking. So I happened to be in the missionary office on that day. So we sat together with my team and we discussed the issue. And coming from my background of being an entrepreneur for the last 36 years, I generally look at things from the mindset of an entrepreneur. So I asked him a few questions. Are there things that are possible for them to do in the community? What is missing? Where are the gaps and all of that? Anyway, at the end, we concluded that there's a lot that the community and the surrounding villages need, but nobody's providing it. They all have to go a long distance to get anything. But these women do not have any kind of capital to start anything. So I said, okay, go back, work with them, and come back with the substance of what is the minimum amount that will be required by them to start anything that they need to do there. Now, I have a rule, and my personal rule is give people accountability when you're doing things for them. Give them a reason to have to do what they do and do it well because they're accountable to you or to something, rather than just a gift. There's seasons and moments for a grant or a gift, but there are also times that you must teach people certain key principles that allows the sustainability of the enterprise that you're trying to help them get started. So at the end, to cut a long story short, we agreed that with just about 12,000, and this was a few years ago now, so many years back, so the economics is quite different from what the economics will be now, that for just 12,000, each one of them could be empowered to start a trade for a particular sector that was required in the community and in communities around them. So I said to him, organize the women in groups of 7. when you organize them in groups of 7, following the cooperative model, when you organize them in groups of 7, choose a president, a secretary, and a treasurer amongst them. So you have the top 3 that form the leadership. Then do a ranking. Rank all the 7 in order of their poverty or their needs. Let's even use a better word. Which means the person with the greatest need will be number 1 on that list. The person that falls into the second place in the ranking of need. But the executives will be the last to receive, no matter what their situation is. That's in order to ensure that those who lead will hold the others accountable to each group. I then said, okay, we will give you 36,000 naira because each person required 12,000 naira. We will give you 36,000 naira. And with the 36,000 naira for each group, you will give the top 3 needy people amongst them 12,000 each. And with the 12,000 each, they will start their trade. You then allow them 4 weeks to build some momentum with the trade. From the 5th week, every week, they will return 500 naira back to the executives into the purse for that particular group. And when they get to the next 12,000 naira, they will activate the number 4 on the list of need. And they will run through that process until all 7, including the executives who receive last, the president being the last, until all 7 have been activated. And by the time they're done, the 36,000 naira would be gathered back at the end and returned to us. And once we have our 36,000 naira back, they can continue with their trade because now they've built momentum. And we can use that 36,000 to activate another group. It was a very successful project where we executed it. So when I had shared this sometime with His Excellency Professor Yemi Osinbajo when he was Vice President, and I wrote a model for them that they could use through BOI at the federal level. And in the conversation between His Royal Majesty and I came about because he had spoken to Professor Osinbajo and he told him about this project. So he said he should talk to me, and that's how we started. And after he became the Shohun, His Royal Majesty called me one day and said, look, I need to find a way to empower my people. And I remember the conversation that I had with His Excellency, the former Vice President. And the project he said you wrote out for them. Can you tell me in details what this is? And that's how we discussed it. I wrote something down for him about it. And at some point, he and a team sat with me in a meeting, in a virtual meeting, because I was abroad. And we discussed how they can implement it, taking into consideration the local nuances of Ogbomoso. And I know, to the best of my knowledge, that they have executed and started the process of empowering people with that. Now, the beauty of cooperatives, especially with MSMEs, really, I know that the topic says SMEs, but in a community like Ogbomoso, it's better to add the M because you will have some micro. You will have a lot of micro. And if you nurture and equip and train the micros in just the basic fundamentals of managing themselves as an entrepreneur, in their trade, no matter how small, just the discipline, the organization, the accountability, the record keeping, you will find that they can grow from M to S, from micro to small. Because at the micro level, what you have essentially are subsistence entrepreneurs. People who just trade to eat. The challenge with that is, when you just trade to eat, in the day of trouble, you will consume everything. And I can say for sure, that happened to millions of Nigerians during COVID. I was vice chair of the federal government project to reactivate a lot of MSMEs post-COVID. The chair was the Minister of State for Trade and Investment at that point, and they had me as the private sector person. I was vice chair, and a committee of 8 of us that had to manage the 75 billion Naira government fund to help activate the MSMEs. There were millions of people across all 6 geopolitical zones, 36 states, every town, every city, working with every state government, who had totally been paralyzed by COVID and had no capital to reactivate themselves. And you know, the funny thing is, the amounts in question were quite small, which shows you how we can readily move our people up. With the post-COVID fund, it started from 30,000 Naira. There were 3 categories, 30, 50, and 100. But there were millions of ordinary Nigerians who, finding the 30,000 Naira to reactivate their business was a challenge. So what it tells us is we can readily create transformation in our communities with very little if it's well thought through and organized. And we don't give people the impression that it's just money to consume, which is where cooperatives come in. Because with a cooperative, it's beyond the individual. They serve like a board for each other's business and a place of accountability. They also help to create opportunity for further growth. Because there are many financial institutions that have solutions that are created around cooperatives, where the individuals within the cooperatives will not be qualified to benefit from those kind of funds directly. Because it's more difficult to track every small business person who has absolutely no collateral, nothing. I mean, these are not even funds you're asking for any of those things for. They're money you put at risk, and you hope the system you have set up guarantees that the money comes back. And now, my project with the missionaries obviously was interest-free. So yes, we can run them as interest-free, but we must be able to recycle the funds so that we're not forever looking for new money to empower our people. So if within Ogbomoso and his environs, the domain that His Royal Majesty rules over, if within those domains we organize communities, whatever number we think works, it's always better that it's not too large, so it's easy to manage and to relate. It's also better if they have common interests in some ways. It can be an industry interest. It can be a regional interest. We'll find commonalities that allows you to bring people together in a way that they can stay together and strengthen each other. And if, like my missionaries and their communities, if by returning 500 Naira to us every week, they were able to pay back the 12,000 and still continue with their business, cooperatives in itself can create a system where members put in a certain amount of money that becomes a capital pool that they are able to give loans in whatever format or agreement or terms they have laid down within their group, interest-free, or maybe have a nominal charge on it for administration or whatever. and give it to help each of their members who needs, not money to go and for a wedding, not money to go and buy land, not money to, no, to increase the business so that the business itself will yield the return with which they can do other things that they want. And that organization is also easier for you to train them, because when you organize ways to facilitate knowledge and improvement for them as entrepreneurs, if they're already organized as cooperatives, it's a lot easier to do that, because you can decide that cooperative A, B, C, D, 4 are the ones that will do this month. The other group will be trained next month. The other ones will, you know, you also create some sense of competition even as there's collaboration. Because within, in the matter of, you can say every cooperative that has returned all the capital that was put in by the Shaun's project, they are the ones that will be first in line for the next, you know, capital injection into their cooperative for their members to increase their business. And when organizations come to the Shaun saying, how can I help your people? You can ensure that those kind of benefits, or benefits that you can apply to at state or federal level, sometimes when schemes are going on, the individual members of your community are not in a place where by themselves they can benefit from it. But when we have organized groups, the organized groups can have a voice. One, they can be registered, so they're recognized. Two, they can participate in different systems and benefits that is available. They can participate in opportunities. Like, I chair the global board of an international organization that produces products for the transformation of lives. It's a global organization, so we're in multiple countries across Africa and Asia, and it's an American registered company founded by two guys who met at Stanford MBA, and one Canadian, one American, and has been responsible for impacting, as at the last data, which was September, where we had a board retreat, we had impacted over 230 million people around the world. Now, D-Light as a company produces products that are meant to transform the lives of people at the lower end of the pyramid, but also can empower them in their communities where they live. So when organizations like that come into, let's say, a place like Ogbomoso and say, we're looking for people that we would sign up as agents to trade on our products in your community, it's better to go, it'd be easier to go to a cooperative than to go to a small business by itself. Except for a strong, independent, small business that has the capacity to meet the requirements and be related to. So there are many, 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 many reasons for cooperatives, even banks, because I remember in my days as chairman of First Bank, one of the products that they had that was deployed, especially in the southwest of Nigeria and in other similar type environments, was for cooperatives. Because at the end, it's easier to trust a collective group, because it's more difficult for all of them to agree together to default on the money. And even if they do, there are others that will hold certain people accountable. And because they do not want to lose the benefit to the entire group, they're likely to find ways to meet the obligation of the group and find their own way to deal with the person who has betrayed the group in order to make sure that the money comes back. And nobody wants to be shamed amongst their own peers and in their community. So it's, instead of a collateral, you use a code of honor to try to hold people accountable for that. And it makes it easier to be able to give money to such. If you work with microfinance banks, you would see that they follow that kind of line aggressively. And then agency banking has also brought that into communities, where you find a lot of small business owners become partners with financial institutions who are running agency banking, because they become agents with the POS and all of that, and they continue to train, upgrade, and empower them. Now, what is my key submission? That the model of organizing the community, whether all male, all female, or a mixed group across certain professions and all of that, helps us to create collective power that the individual MSME does not have. And by creating an organized collective power, you make them stronger for receiving facilities or opportunities or being part of any kind of intervention that is able to upskill and upscale their business in a way that the entire community will benefit from it. So it's not rocket science. Our people have found simple ways of doing some of those things in the past, where they're part of, Yoruba land, Ajo. There's a whole group of people putting money together, at the end of the month or whatever, or somewhere along the line, you are able to get all the money that's collected at a point because it gives you capital to use. And then, so we have some basic community training in this over years. I remember my grandmother as a child. My parents left me as a baby with my grandmother and went to England to further their education and all of that, my brother and I. And so my grandmother was the one that looked after us for the first few years of my life. And I remember very well, and she had a little store where she used to sell salt. So they used to call my grandmother Yaoniyo. And I remember very well Babalajo, the man that collects the money from them, which is now, you now have all sorts of names, Isusu and all of those things that they call them, will come, and every day there's an amount that she would give from her trade. The interesting thing is they had their own way of keeping their records. Either there's a notebook where there's a line drawn for everyone that is given, and the man signs underneath it, and all of that. So I'm just saying we have been trained in our communities in some ways to think in terms of collective fundraising. It's like crowdfunding is the thing now, but our traditional people have been crowdfunding for a while, because that's what it was. They didn't get interest, but they collected money as a group, and each person had a chance at different times to collect the contribution of everybody and use it for whatever, but continue to pay back into it in order to ensure that nobody's out of pocket based on what it is. The cooperative system is an enhanced, empowered entrepreneurial version of what that is, in a sense. And in a community like Ogbomoso, it can become powerful. And it can be ranked, because the level of amount that is disbursed amongst the micro can be different from the ones that you put in for the small businesses, because they require larger amounts of capital. And therefore, if you're starting one group with a 50,000 per head, you could have another group based on their level and their capacity that they go into the block of 100,000, 150,000, and then you could go further to what is called a medium within that environment, and they're able to get 250, 500, and all of that, until maybe what you call a local large business that you can give about $1 million and all that. The beauty of it also is it's easy for His Royal Majesty to raise that kind of funding, because at the end of the day, they're not looking for 10 billion or 5 billion and all of that to activate what we're talking about. Within the community, I mean, I know a lot of Ogbomoso people that are well placed in different places or that are professionals. And even the list of an Ogbomoso indigene who is doing something tangible anywhere they are, they can build a fund within the kingdom and have everybody contribute to it. 1 million, 500,000, 200,000. If you build a 200 million, 100 million, 50 million fund towards activating cooperatives across all of the domain, I think you'll be shocked at the overall economic growth that can happen, within the domain, that can lead to attracting even further support and investment in the region. At the end, what do we want? We want our people to prosper. Everybody doesn't have to be a billionaire. Everybody just needs to have a decent life, be able to eat, meet their basic obligations, send their children to schools, let them have a decent education, and also be able to build a good life and develop our community so we can all be at peace. As we all know, no matter how much food you have in your house, if your neighbor is hungry, you're at risk. As our people say, you cannot have fire on the roof of your neighbor and you go to sleep and think you're safe because it's not on your house. How do you know what will happen the next day? Which is why we all end up living in houses that have fences that are like prison yards. Because for a fact, when people are hungry, sometimes they get desperate. So if we ensure that everybody has a basic form of life so they can have a respectable, decent life. And honestly, our people don't ask for too much. That's just the truth. If we just show that we care and we commit resources and thinking towards it, we can make such great impact that at the end of the day, you will walk down the street and you're not worried that somebody is going to do something to you, because everybody has something to eat. They have a roof over their head. They can be respected in their home because they can provide for their families, and their children can have a chance of life to be educated. I was in a session in Abuja on Tuesday evening. We were talking about the human capital of Nigeria and the challenge that we have. I know we all keep saying, oh, we have such a huge market, 220 million Nigerians. But guess what? What we have are people. So we have 220 million people. We do not have 220 million human capital resource. Because until we make the right investment in those people to turn them into lucrative, creative assets that is creating value for the country by investing in the education of their mind, or upskilling them, or providing an enabling environment for them, we have a time bomb on our hands. And the data that was revealed on that day by the World Bank and UNDP shows that we have over 60 million children out of school. That's crazy. It's scary. It's a time bomb. And so when parents are empowered and they become more knowledgeable, even through empowering them for their micro, small or medium enterprise, they will then be able to invest in supporting the education of their children, even as the government provides the necessary environment for the children to have a decent education, so that those children, and these are over 70% youthful population that we say we have, which we do, becomes real assets that will add value to our country, and not just numbers that at a point becomes a liability because we haven't given them the chance to maximize their lives. So investing in the communities, investing in our generations, because empowered parents can use those resources to empower their children, and overall there's a community benefit from it. There's so much more we can say, but in a summit, all you do is stir the bees on it, or whatever it is that it's called. We stir the pot and get all of us to think together about how we must do things and commit to what we will do in order to ensure that we change our communities for good. I want to thank His Royal Majesty the Shawon of Ogbomoso, Oba Gandhi Olaoye, for the invitation, and for all those who have listened to me this morning. I want to thank you for your time, and to apologize once again that I could not be physically there as was originally planned. But thank God for technology. We're able to put something together that I hope challenges your mind in a way. And you can join hands with His Royal Majesty to ensure that Ogbomoso becomes the case study of how a royal throne, through a right-thinking royal father, can apply itself and its resources, combined with the resources of their network, to create a major change in the community that they rule over. We don't rule for power, we rule for impact. And what is clearly being done by His Royal Majesty is to use his position of opportunity and power to create impact within his community, which is how it should be. Thank you very much for having me. Have a great summit.
Thank you very much. While Mrs. Awosika was speaking, she said something very striking. And it's as if I've never had it in my life. She said we have 220 million people. That doesn't mean we have 220 million human capital. And I just want to, because after I left here, a lot of people have been asking me questions, so I just want to clarify about the initiative, the Women Cooperative Initiative that she spoke about, and while she spoke with His Imperial Majesty about how it is going to work. Now, the first thing we did in the palace was to look for people that already have established businesses. And I remember the first day we had it, there was a woman in the group of the women that came. She sells ewedu, all these veggies. That's what she sells. And Kabesi looked at us that, are you sure you'll be able to make returns? So I just want to explain to us how this cooperative initiative works. Like she said, we started, the first set we had, we started with 50,000 naira. And there were 7 in a group. So out of the 7 persons, we had the president, the secretary, and also the treasurer. So the president, the secretary, and the treasurer will not take anything. So for each group, we give them 200,000 naira. So the members in the group, which are 4, will be the ones to take 50,000. So we now agreed that every week you'll be returning 5,000 naira. That's what we agreed, but they said, because of this, okay, we said every 2 weeks you return 5,000 naira. So the first, the second, the third, and the fourth person every 2 weeks returns 5,000 naira. That was when we started for 50K. So that is 20,000 naira every 2 weeks. So that means in 5 weeks, so to say, in 6 weeks, another person, which is going to be the treasurer, will be the one to pick up next, which is going to be another 50,000 naira. Don't forget, we are going to have 10,000 naira left. So in another 4 weeks, it will be another 50,000. So another person, which is going to be the secretary, and the last person in the group that is going to pick up will be the president. That is how we are able to complete a whole cycle. So we had 4 groups. So for each of them, so it took us 6 weeks to complete a cycle. So they had to return them. So because it's a 0 interest, is a free interest loan, so to say, to help businesses. So when they returned it, we reviewed it. There were some that struggled. It shows that the person does not have the capacity. And if one person could not make returns, it's going to affect another person within the group. So we have to look for somebody else that have the capacity to make returns as at when due. So we had to replace them. So we increased it because we saw that their capacity could take it. So we increased it to 100,000. So every 2 weeks, they returned 10,000. So for another 2 weeks. So in another 6 to 8 weeks, the cycle was completed. So we're able to go around, and we increased again for 150,000 naira, which they are right now on. So that was our pilot project for Ogbomoso North. So for the places Kabesi has visited, Ajawa, Iresadu, and Ogbomoso South. And that's why you notice that a lot of the women that came out, they say they are from Ogbomoso South. They are from Ajawa. They are from Ogoluwa local government. So we are visiting each local government, but don't forget, we started from Ogbomoso North, where we had our pilot project. So we are taking it around. So right now, we are in Ogbomoso South, and we are in Ajawa, which is Ogoluwa local government, Please forgive me. So which is Ogoluwa local government. So we are presently running that project with them. And you will notice that a lot of them were saying that they came from the palace. Because for this loan, so to say, in this cooperative, to be guaranteed, we make sure to connect them with the kings in those domains. So for example, Kabis Alajawa is the one coordinating for us, and it stands as the guarantor, so that people will not have the mind that they are taking this money, they can do what they like with it. So if they are not making returns, definitely we have Kabis Alajawa. So we have Kabis Alajawa to follow up, don't let me say to pay, to follow up on these women. And being a reputable king, we know for sure his people will do well. And also for the king in the south, Onisapa, we have Kabis Onisapa and the rest of them that we are working with. And also, like Mrs. Awosika said while she was speaking, she was the one that shared this idea with His Imperial Majesty, and we have done a pilot project which has worked and has proved to work, and that is how we are able to extend it to other local governments. And before we could give out these monies or the loans to these people, we had to do a background check to ensure, because there are some people that they won't have a shop, they won't have what they are selling, they won't have anything they are transacting with, and they will say to take loan. So that means it is going to be frustrating to have a means to pay back. So one of the things we did was to do a background check on each of these people, and we ensure that they have account numbers. So it's not as if they are taking money by hand. We make sure to check their record books in their shops to see their sales. There are some of them, they do not have record books. We make sure to see how much do you sell in a day, how much do you sell in a week, how much do you sell in a month, and also what is the amount of the goods that you have in your shop, to be sure that you have the capacity to be able to pay back, so that you are not going to frustrate the system. So, and we are taking this round, like I've said, we have done in North, we have done in Ogoluwa, we have done in South, so we are going to Orire local government and Surulere. So we are going to have in those places also to help. And as it grows, and like Mrs. Awosika said, as it grows, we will have people that are contributing to all of these things, so it becomes bigger, it becomes better, in order to alleviate poverty and to help businesses to grow. So that is the principle, Babe. And all of this is by the courtesy of His Imperial Majesty, Obagandi Afolabi Olaoye. And for the ones that we have announced today, we are not starting with them with 50,000. We are starting with them with 200,000 naira each. So, yes. So for each group, don't forget the way I said it's 7 in a group. So for each of them, we are giving them 800,000 naira for each group. So in the next 8 to 7 weeks, the money will have circled around. So if they do well, and anybody that do not do well, we are going to expunge the person, look for a replacement, so that it can become a complete number, like we have said. So that's all I have here. Any question? Does anybody have any question? Sir? Very clear. So thank you very much. So I want to invite Professor Adebayo for other things. Thank you very much.
Let's put hands together for him. This is about money. Those people who have gotten that money, I expect you to put your hands together very well. Please, can we do that so that we can get more? So that we can get more. Thank you, our Father, for doing that for us. Now, we want to give an opportunity for people, two people alone, for your feedback. This time around, it's not about question. Nobody is going to answer your question. But your feedback on this program. And when we are doing that, the communique people will be getting set. I will introduce them and they will take over in the next few minutes. Anybody? Just 2 people. 1. I need only 1 more. Okay, 2. All right. Please, protocol, can you get me the mic? Can you get me the mic? Please, you can move to the front. Move to the front so that they will see you. Move to the front. Let's move to the front. Kabiyesi want to hear what you are saying. It's not going to be possible for him to. While we are doing that, I want to sincerely appreciate a people that is handling the communique. As I call their name, we have some experts that we have put together, and they have been doing this for us since yesterday morning. In fact, I've been taking note of them. I don't think they stood up from where they are. Actually, you may not know them. They were just focused on the assignment. Kabiyesi, we want to appreciate brilliant mind. The group is being headed by our dear Professor T.B. Asafa from Mechanical. Can you please wave your hand wherever you are? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. In that group, we have Dr. M.A. Ogundiro from Biology, an Associate Professor. Thank you very much. We also have Dr. Samson Olaniyi from Mathematics. Thank you very much. He's an Associate Professor. Again, we have Dr. A.A. Suleiman from the Department of Chemical. Thank you very much for a wonderful job. Please get set. Immediately after now, you will take the communique. Please. Yes, number 1.
Thank you very much.
I prefer you to stay here so that Kabiyesi will not be looking at the back and say who is talking. Gentlemen, please, you can help Mama.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I can't understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for this opportunity. My name is Margaret Aremu. I'm a daughter of the soil and raised in the north. And for me, this is a special opportunity. I've also had opportunities to do local economic development in 5 states in Nigeria. So having listened to this, my submission is that we have a vision and we have a high-profile champion, His Imperial Majesty. We are blessed. And because we are blessed, the next steps is what I want to talk about. We need now to move. Our chairman said it is a movement. Am I correct, sir? It's a renaissance. Am I correct, sir? Now, we need to collect this vision from His Imperial Majesty and move on. When I say we, I mean stakeholders who will not run with the vision this time, but fly, because we don't have time on our side. We need to fly. We need to soar. We need to get it done. We need actionable plans. We need M&E to measure. We need to engage. And when I talk about engagement, I'm talking about stakeholders coming together, public sector, private sector. We have the traditional institution leading us. We need the local government. We need the state government. We need the federal government. We need the linkages that we can get. We need the private sector, the profit and not-for-profit. We need the CSOs who can build our capacities to do advocacy and to move. We need all these skills to move, but are we ready to collect this vision and soar with the vision? We need to engage in such a way that we are talking not only yearly, annually, but we have a structured forum, a structured public-private dialogue thing put together so that we are constantly engaging, looking at where we are, where we need to go to, what we have achieved, celebrating success, looking for low-hanging fruits, getting these fruits and moving on. Because it's a long process. It's going to outlive every one of us here. 25 years is not just tomorrow. It's going to take that long. But then, we are at the threshold of making it. The human capital, the human management aspect is very important.
Can you please surround it?
And that is my submission.
Thank you. Let's put hands together.
Move ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I want to believe we have captured some of those suggestions. They are fighter one. Thank you. The next and the last. Before Kabiyesi has said we should graciously give another person an opportunity, because it's about money. And that fellow said he will tell us how we are going to get grants. And from here, immediately he finishes, we will continue to follow him up. We must get the money. Thank you. Baba, please be brief.
His Imperial Majesty and the Royal Fathers, what I'm concerned about is that he started this project in presentation in Lautech. Our DRC started so being in IR&T, Ibadan, and they manufacture the processing machine. If Lautech is really Radio Capital University of Technology, they should give us a processing machine for cashew. That's my submission.
Let's put hands together. Yes, I think the communicate and white paper people will take note of that. That's an action. I think our Imperial Majesty will work on that. And Lautech is capable. We have mechanical people here that can easily fabricate and then give a working machine. So please permit me to grant Chief Kola Akosile just 2 minutes to tell us how we are going to get money. Please, you can take their picture so that by the time we meet elsewhere, so that they will not say, help me to take a picture so that I need grants. I record it so that anytime I meet him in Abuja, I will not say, when did I say that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kabiyesi. Like I said, I'm from Nasima, and I chair the MSME trade group of Nasima. And I'm also the coordinating officer with Nasima and Back of Industries. And I also have Mr. Jifini here. He's a member of Nasima MSME committee. So the member of our committee also is also a member of NASME. And we have this fund available. Out of the 75 billion, we have what we call the MSME fund, which is 5 million naira available for each person. And you only need to have a business name, not a limited liability, because that is cumbersome. Just a business name and one guarantee. And it's for 3 years at 9% interest rate. Very affordable, very easy. So it's available, and we were in Ibadan some few days ago, and I said Ibadan is not the only town in Oyo State. And Ibadan cannot take it alone. So we are here to say we have 500 million to 1 billion available for you people in Ogbomoso. And we're going to work with the president of the Chamber of Commerce to make sure this is very real. And I see Dr. Gbadero there. We've been working on it for some time. This week also, another fund was launched, GLOW, Guaranteed Loan for Women. Women can take 5 million to 50 million, one person, because women are the engine of growth. When you empower a woman, you do what? You empower a nation. And we are ready to empower, Ogbomoso women to the best. And Kabiyesi, sir, I must tell you, sir, that very soon we'll come back to you. Lautech and the community, we're going to create a free trade zone, a special economic zone that will now bring investors to Ogbomoso town. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Can we put hands together better? Please, let's do that better. Let's do that better. If a billionaire if he enters Ogbomoso today and is properly managed, it will change the economy of the locality. Thank you, Chief Akosile, for that wonderful information. And we promise that we make use of it judiciously. Now, I want to inform us before we go into the next thing that the next speaker, before we go into the communique, the next speaker that's supposed to be speaking to us, Dr. Adebowale E. Adedokun, that's supposed to talk on the public procurement as a tool for unlocking the economic potential of Ogbomoso land. Up until around 10, we were being told that the flight was delayed. And up until now, we haven't got any alert that is landing very close to us. So we may not be able to take that. And I want to believe with what we have heard here, we have been fed, full, and well packaged. So that one may be kept for all the time, or if we send this presentation, we'll make it available unto us. Please put your hands together as I welcome the communique people to present the communique. Yes, Professor Cassava, can we please come and make it so snappy? Now, I want everybody to be attentive. We may ask your observation if there is any addition, anything being missed out. Put your hands together, please. Please, please encourage them. Encourage them. After the matter of present this communique. Thank you.
Standing on a system protocol, I, along with my members, to present this communique issued at the end of the first Ogbomoso Economic Summit and Exhibition held at the Great Hall, Ladoke Akintola, University of Technology, Ogbomoso, from 8th to 9th of October 2025. Introduction. Ogbomoso Chamber of Commerce and Industry Committee, as part of the commitment toward actualizing the 25-year Sustainable Development Plan of His Royal Majesty Oba Gande Olaoye Orumagege, His Imperial Majesty Oba Gande Olaoye Orumagege III, the Sean of Ogbomoso land, successfully organized one of the most transformative gatherings in the land, that is the maiden edition of Ogbomoso Economic Summit and Exhibition, to discuss the theme, unlocking the economic potential in Ogbomoso land, at the Great Hall, Ladoke Akintola, University of Technology, Ogbomoso here. The official opening ceremony of the Epoch event was held on Wednesday, 8th of October, 2025, and was graced by the special guest of honor, His Executive Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde, represented by the Commissioner of Information and Culture and Tourism, Prince Dotun Oyelade, who stated that the summit aligned properly with the development mantra of Oyo State government, and thereafter declared the event open in the presence of the chief host, the Sean of Ogbomoso land, His Imperial Majesty Oba Gande Olaoye. The summit and exhibition had the following specific objective. 1, to highlight the agricultural strengths of Ogbomoso land, such as cassava, mango, cashew, orange, while promoting value chain industrialization. 2, to showcase the creative economy through indigenous crafts, textiles, fashion, culinary arts, and cultural expression. 3, to attract investments and partnership that will position Ogbomoso as a hub of trade and industry within Nigeria, Africa, and global market. 4, to provide a platform for small and medium-scale enterprises, local businesses, and artisans to network, expand, and compete globally. The summit was well attended by dignitaries from within and outside the country, including the host, Vice Chancellor of LAUTECH, Professor Aroram Kalilu, the keynote speaker, Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, the guest speaker, Special Advisor to the President of African Development Bank, Professor Banji Ogilaran Oyeyinka, Honorable Commissioner for Investment, Trade, Cooperative and Industry, Honorable Adeni Yadebisi, the eminent panelists, Professor Ibrahim Adepoju Adeyanju, Prince Orimadegun Agboade, and Alhaji Fatai Olalekan Ayodeji. Also in attendance were the royal fathers and the high chiefs in Ogbomoso land and its environment. Key highlights and resolutions. The opening ceremony was flagged off with a welcome address delivered by the Chairman, Commerce and Industry Committee, Dr. Samson Adegoke Maigida. In his address, the Chairman called on the participants to focus on opportunity, to actualize agriculture, to empower SME and business cluster, to equip youths and artisans with skills, mentorship, and access to finance, and to establish industrial hub in Ogbomoso that connect directly the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. The Chairman's address was followed by the robust opening address tagged Harnessing the Economic Potential of Ogbomoso Land for Generations to Come, delivered by His Imperial Majesty, Oba Gandhi Olaoye, who described the summit as a defining moment in the history of Ogbomoso land, to set in motion forces that will shape the destiny of the land for generations to come. Oba Gandhi called on all and sundry to harness immense opportunities that lie within Ogbomoso land for collective progress and prosperity, advocating for collaboration for greatness rather than competition. In particular, His Imperial Majesty beckoned on the youths to learn new skills, build businesses, and create solutions. He admonished them to despise small beginnings, not to despise small beginnings, that no beginning is too small if they have the vision and persistence to nurture it. In the same vein, the King invited business leaders and investors to channel their resources toward economic potential in Ogbomoso, leveraging fertile land, hospitality, resilient people, and strategic location of Ogbomoso land that connect the north and the south of Nigeria. In the keynote address delivered by Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, titled Leveraging the Federal Trade and Industrial Policy to Drive Economic Development, the minister emphasized that the 25 years development plan of His Imperial Majesty Oba Gandhi Olaoye reflect the deep understanding that the future of Nigerian prosperity lies in the strength of its local economy, stressing that Ogbomoso stands as one of the most economically dynamic cities in southwest Nigeria. She stated that Ogbomoso cashew is one of the first quality grades in the world, with production between 20,000 and 50,000 tons of cashew every season. She, however, advocated for value chain addition for cashew and other agricultural products, including mango, cassava, and oranges, with a view to creating more value for farmers and enhancing economic return for not just Ogbomoso land, but for Nigeria in general. Dr. Jumoke Odumoye said our industry remains fully committed to deepening inclusive growth and development across Nigeria regions, driving prosperity for all, and Ogbomoso land will not be left out of this of our agenda. In another development, the Vice Chancellor of LAUTECH, Professor Aroram Kalilu, remarked that the university has what it takes to collaboratively drive the economic transformation of Ogbomoso land beyond classroom and laboratories, reinforcing the link between academics and industry. The guest speaker, Professor Banji Oyeyinka, spoke on production as a panacea to poverty and underscored the need to start the process of eradicating poverty from the rural area within Ogbomoso land. He maintained that manufacturing and productive capacity are the true sources of economic growth, emphasizing on domestic production, on emphasizing on domestic production. It called for a paradigm shift from food imports to food security, taking advantage of available natural resources in Nigeria. So, apology, please. In another development, Dr. Olukayode Piton, the ex-managing director of Bank of Industry, delivered an insightful speech titled Unlocking Access to Grants and Development Financing. He drew the attention of the participants to the immense benefit of attracting grants through the Small and Medium Scale Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, that is SMEDAN, with an intervention of about $200 billion, of 200 billion naira. 200 billion naira, as well as Oyo State Sustainable Action for Economic Recovery. He stated that unlocking access to grants is not just about money, but about unlocking dreams, empowering family, making an impact and positioning Ogbomoso as a hub of enterprise in Nigeria. Dr. Peter buttressed that the success of visionary 25-year development plan rests on collective efforts and shared vision of all stakeholders transforming Ogbomoso into a modern city. Such efforts will place Ogbomoso as a contributor to SME, which contribute about 40% to national GDP. The panel discussion focused on driving industrial growth through technology, innovation, digital trade, new tax reform, and unlocking potential for local industry. Professor Ibrahim, one of the panelists, Professor Adeyemi, emphasized the importance of integrating agricultural technology, digital marketplace, and development of cottage industry for renewable energy and the knowledge economy. While another panelist, Alhaji Fatai Ayodeji, encouraged agricultural enterprises to take advantage of the 5-year tax holiday and the abolition of multiple taxation provided by the new tax law to strengthen the agricultural value chain in Ogbomoso. He also recommended involving local governments in the documentation of agricultural products to ensure full access to government support. The panel discussion for the second day, which is today, was centered on 3 major areas: unlocking cassava value chain, maximizing cashew value chain, and catalyzing rural industrialization. The exhibition segment of the summit featured a wide array of locally made innovative products. His Imperial Majesty led Dignitary to the exhibition pavilion, where various Aswadire fabric were showcased, demonstrating the creativity and craftsmanship of people of Ogbomoso. It is also worth mentioning that 2 business associations, namely Ogbomoso Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Ogbomoso Branch of National Association of Small and Medium Scale Enterprises, were officially rebranded and inaugurated by His Imperial Majesty today. His Imperial Majesty further demonstrated his commitment to the empowerment of 54 women in cooperative society with a huge sum of 9.8 million naira to support their businesses. Recommendations. Based on the resolution highlighted above, the following recommendations were made to actualize the set objectives of the summit. 1. Creations of industrial cluster and farm settlement of cashew, cassava, mango, among others, where capitals can be accessed easily for development of physical and digital infrastructure as well as strategic partnership. Number 2, formation and supporting SME to tap into the intervention of small and medium-scale enterprises, as well as Oyo State Sustainable Action for Economic Recovery. Number 3, starting small but have vision and persistence to nurture the enterprises. Number 4, agricultural business enterprises must take advantage of the 5-year tax holiday in order to strengthen the agricultural value chain in Ogbomoso. 5, local government must be involved in documentation of agricultural products within Ogbomoso. And lastly, there must be a continuous perfection of creative economy through indigenous crafts, among others. Conclusion. It is worthy of note that the maiden edition of Ogbomoso Summit, Economic Summit and Exhibition, was by all standards a huge success. The organizing committee, that is Ogbomoso Chamber of Commerce and Industry, under its distinguished chairman, Dr. Samson Adeko Megida, expressed satisfaction with the impressive attendance and the level of participation of various stakeholders in the two-day summit. The committee acknowledged with gratitude the chief host, His Imperial Majesty, for his vision for sustaining development of Ogbomoso. The summit has indeed offered a profound networking opportunity, fostering collaboration among the stakeholders in order to unlock the full economic potential in Ogbomoso through suggestive implementation of the recommendation generated. As it was introduced, the committee member, including myself, Professor T.B. Asara from Mechanical Engineering here, we have Dr. Ogundiran from Department of Biology, and then we have Dr. S. Olaniyi from Mathematics Department, and Dr. Mrs. Sulaiman from Chemical Engineering Departments. We want to thank you for your attention.
Can you please put your hands together for them, for this wonderful job? Put your hands. Please don't go yet. Don't go yet. Just one or two? Do we have any observation? Okay, Professor Adepoju. Thank you. Please, let me.
His Imperial Majesty, Oluriade, I want to start by first thanking you for a job well done in view of the level of presentation and the time frame. You are still able to come up with something. But I want to plead with His Imperial Majesty. This should not be the end. A solid team has to be put together to go more into the presentation. This is just the communique, but we need to have a team that will come up, go into the presentation to give us the transitional steps of all of this presentation, dissect them and regroup them into the various components of the presentation, so that we'll begin to see who will be the actors and what are the actionable pathway to all of this that's been presented, so that we can have them in different baskets for different enterprise or businesses that people want to do. Then what are the policy gaps that we have seen that could hinder the implementation of all of this by the people in charge of the policy, which is the more important reason why the minister must be grateful that he was here. What are the policy requirements that we need to have to back up all of this to fruition? We have to create that for him, and probably KBC will discuss with her what are the policy backup we need from the local government, the state, and the federal. Then we'll start thinking of, now the team that we put together will be the one that will support the team in KBC Palace to work out how do we implement it, while they also have the M&E on one side. It's not as easy as presented. Who will be able to localize all of these enterprise and be monitoring the weaknesses, the strength of it, so that as we evaluate from time to time, we'll be able to strengthen the weaker part of it and make them stronger, or block the loopholes and be able to advise His Imperial Majesty appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much. Let me provide this information from what Prof have said. They have two assignments. I think the other one may not be concluded here. They are to present the communique and develop the white paper. I think the white paper will go along with what Prof is saying. So please, we may need, when KBC is giving his closing remark, I think if he remarks on that, we'll see how it goes. Thank you very much. Please, as they go back to their seats, let's put hands together to appreciate them. Thank you for selfless service. Thank you for the community service. Permit me to recognize people when I'm preparing the person that will take the vote of thanks. I'm asking the fellow to get set. These professors have been with us since yesterday, but they were not recognized. Please pardon us for that. We have Professor Agbaje Latif. Professor Agbaje Latif is from biology department. I don't know, I think maybe he has left. We also have Professor T.A. Yakin. He's also from biology department, current deputy dean. We have also Professor M.A. Assis. If you have left, we recognize you. Thank you for being with us in this meeting. All right, may I pass this information on CAC registration? We told some of us that those people who have not registered their business, please, there's the arrangement for that. The NASME, where's Comrade Alabi? Is he still here? He has left. Okay. Please, immediately after now, you can see him, or you see Mama Kikeloma. Where's Mama? The president of Ogbomoso Chambers of Commerce. Please, kindly see two of them. The KBC have promised to assist. I thank God, Professor, Prince. Maybe Agbati Demibani, you know, the Professor Prince Agade, is also there to assist. Thank you. Okay, welcome with me as I welcome the man that is going to do the vote of thanks. Is a technical coordinator for the committee that planned this program, and it's currently is the chairman, Kwara State Chambers of Commerce, Industry. Is an experienced man if you talk about the economic summit, and not other person than engineer Abu Salami. Please put your hands together as come to take the microphone. Please, thank you, engineer. Let's put hands together until he gets there. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Engineer Abu Salami, we appreciate your commitment. He has went through some serious time. Just about a week plus, he lost his wife. Sorry for that. And for him to be in this summit, it was a great commitment. We are so sorry for that. Thank you. May the Lord uphold you. Thank you, sir.
Kabiyesi. I will be very selfish if I don't start by appreciating Kabiyesi. The first time I read his document on the 25 years plan, I was like, does Kabiyesi know what will go into this? Do we have the resource? But I'm happy I've seen your document manifested into what we never expected. Can you please permit me to invite all the members of the Ogbomoso Chamber of Commerce Committee put together by Kabiyesi to join me here so that we can appreciate everybody together. Please be fast. My chairman, please sit down. Okay? Okay, if you wish to be here. The committee. Okay, I think those who are here can be joining us. I'm happy I'm from Ogbomoso. And I also know that if Kabiesi know the people of Ogbomoso very well, he's now knowing them better. I was happy the night Kabiesi came to Ilorin for the investiture of the national president of Chamber of Commerce. And somebody said, the chairman of the local organizing committee is from Ogbomoso. I know Kabiesi was talking about Ogbomoso. Okay. One of his security men now took me to him and introduced me to Kabiesi. Kabiesi, I'm now the substantive president of Kwara Chamber of Commerce. This task that you have started, I don't know where it's going to end up to. But I can assure you that this committee is aware that our task have just started. Unlike the other committees, we have a lot to follow up. And I can assure you we have a plan for that. Going further, let me thank the various groups that have been formed by Kabiesi. We are not a stand-alone committee. We all work together to make a whole. We recognize that. On behalf of Kabiesi, who is the visionary, let me thank the communique committee for doing a wonderful job. We thank you. And God is going to thank you on our behalf. The document you have put together, we are very much aware that it's going to go a very long way. But with people like Professor Adekboju around, I think we are hopeful that we can fast track most of those recommendations better than what we also thought we were going to do. With people like Prince Orimadegun and the president of Oyo Chamber of Commerce, honestly, I can assure you that the results we are going to put up in the next 6 months is going to be wonderful. We are going to develop KPIs within KPIs in the document you've just given to us, including the white paper we are expecting, and we are going to follow it up religiously. Please, if you are somebody who can also join up to help us, don't wait until we invite you. Just signal to Kabiesi or the chairman of the committee. We are not selfish. Our doors are open. For our mother, who came from the north, we listened to all you have said. You are one of the products that can make this change. Please be ready to join us. Don't wait for any official invitation. Just see the chairman after this meeting, if you are still around. For our mother, who had been an MD of the, I think, Federal Airport Authority, please, our doors are open. See the chairman. We can work together to make it better. On behalf of Kabiesi and on behalf of the chairman of our committee, we would like to thank everybody for making this project a success. But like I said, we are just starting. I want everybody to recognize that this is the starting point. And I don't know how many miles Kabiesi has in his package. So be ready for a marathon race. And Kabiesi, Emi Ogun fún wa. Pẹ̀lú ògo Ọlọ́run tá a bẹ̀rẹ̀ yìí, ẹ rí àbọ̀ rẹ̀ tí ó sì dùn mọ́ yín nú. Please, well, let me say, forget about whatever distractions you are seeing around you. Please, we are going to move Ogbomoso forward. And you will be the leader. Since you are the visionary, we are ready for whatever you want us to do, for as long as within the law, it's within the law. Thank you very much.
Please, let's put hands together for the committee. Put your hands together. Let's put your hands together. The chairman and every other member. Some of our people, I know some, maybe they were doing one or two things outside, or they are somewhere. Thank you, chairman. Thank you, all mamas. Thank you, all the wonderful people, and all babas. Thank you very much. I think at this point, you will permit me, because whenever you open the door and you don't want to leave your door open for other people that you don't invite, you must close the door. This summit was opened yesterday morning, and this is the right time for now to put a comma, and then we have the focus to move forward. When all of us will be on our stand, I will honorably invite our father in the land, the visionary, the leader, the father. Please, let's remain standing. Let's be on our feet. Let's be on our feet. Our father, His Imperial Majesty Oba Gandhi Afolabi Olaoye Oruma Gege the third. To close up the summit. Please, protocol, can you get Kabiyesi the microphone? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Let's be seated, please. I want to thank everyone, especially the committee, for putting this together. You can have a vision. If nobody embraces your vision will die within you. So I have to thank the committee for putting this and planning it. And though there was a slight hiccup, but I have to thank Dr. Samson Adegoke Megida that he took up the mantle, and what we have seen is clearly his leadership. And of course, it is not surprising for the different strides that Megida has done in this town. I remember the first time I met him, he came with his team. And I told him that I've had so much of what you have done, but that me, I have not done anything, but you will see what I will do. And that I will do more than whatever he has done. I told him that day. But he understands what I'm saying. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And we want to thank everyone who has been part of this and for the success of this. Prof, I want to also thank you. You rose up to the challenge. And one of the things is that this vision will never die. It's not a matter of do I think what will happen. We have surely passed that stage. This is what the Lord asked me to come and do as Shonwo of Ogbomoso. And so I am doing what the Lord has sent me to do, to develop this town. And it's development of this town. That's all we will do. You know, when you were saying, when the speaker was giving vote of thanks, he was talking about distractions. I am not distracted. I know exactly where I am focused. I am so focused on the development of this town. That's all that I'm interested in. Ariwo ọjà làwọn nǹkan yẹn kò sí nǹkan tó kàn mí pẹ̀lú ariwo ọjà. No, because we are focused to make sure that Ogbomoso land develops. And that's what we are going to do. And there's no turning back. It's too late to turn back at this stage. It's too late, you understand. And so I want you also to know that we will implement these things. We will implement. That's where, with all of this supposed distraction, we did economic summits, we did digital economy. We've done this one, we have finished this one. At the end of this one, we have 100 doctors coming for the medical committee. In December, we are doing the cradle. So where is the distraction? There is nothing like distraction. We are focused on where we are going. So I don't have time for any distraction, any noise. Let me say this, to take a word from Ashake. Thank you. God bless you. We declare this closed. We declare this summit closed. Thank you. God bless you.
Please, we will pass through the exhibition point as KBC goes now. Honorable Beye should please lead the exhibition point. Honorable Beye, please lead the KBC through the exhibition booth. As it goes, every member should follow, and we pass through that place as we go. Thank you very much for believing in this vision. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. We will live to eat the fruit of Ogbomoso land. Ogbomoso is going places. It's becoming a small London. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and God bless Ogbomoso. God bless your state. God bless Nigeria, and God bless you too. Thank you. Next time.
Fún wọn ní karashiki, jọmọ jọmọ jọmọ. Wọ́n ní kò jẹ́ kọ́mọ jọmọ jọmọ jọmọ. Ó yẹ ṣàpá méjèèjì yẹn bá ìkarashiki, ìkarashiki. Ṣàpá yẹn bá ìkarashiki, ìkarashiki. Yeah, ìkarashiki. Ṣàwọ́ yẹn bá ìkarashiki. Yeah, fún wọn ní karashiki, jọmọ. Sálá wọn, àwọn dà, ajé, máa fi sí apá wọn. One on one, mo máa bùgá wọn. Mo dẹ̀ ti lè ṣàkóso wọn torí máa fi sí apá wọn. Sí apá wọn, máa fi sí apá wọn. Sí apá wọn, máa fi sí apá wọn. Sí apá wọn, máa fi sí apá wọn. Mo máa ṣàkóso wọn, á ní máa fi sí apá wọn. Ṣé kàn mọ̀? Fi sí apá wọn. One on one, mo máa ṣàkóso wọn. Mo dẹ̀ ti lè bùgá wọn torí máa fi sí apá wọn. Máa fi sí apá wọn. Sí apá wọn. Máa fi sí apá wọn. Sí apá wọn. Máa fi sí apá wọn. Mo máa ṣàkóso wọn, á ní máa fi sí apá wọn. Ṣé kàn wọ́n? Máa fi sí apá wọn. Ṣé kàn wọ́n náà? Máa fi sí apá wọn. Síyá, máa fi sí apá wọn. See, shake it. You gotta shake it. Shut my body, you gotta shake it. You gotta